Good morning and welcome to Morning Brew. Let's see here. Yes, of course, I'm on today. Michael T. fortunately sent a message a little late, but still sent a message. Letting people know that he wasn't going to be on, so I went ahead and set something up for today. And first in the chat was 47 Yorktown, who says, hello, Captain Trek. It's the first day of lobster season today, so I won't be in chat much till early October. And of course, before I could even say anything, birds in the chat, lobster season, save some for Mama Prey. And Darth Astor says, morning, everyone. And Yvette says, hello, Captain Trek and everyone. Mara says, sorry, bird, in lobster season, it's everyone for themselves. Yeah. Let's see here. In the chat today, wasn't expecting to be on. Still catching up on sleep after a weekend. Well, you need to sleep. And good morning, Dave G. Sound. And let's see here. I'm all caught up on the chat. There we go. This is an early morning. The funny thing was, I actually got plenty of sleep. Still feels like it's early in the morning. Let me go ahead and pin that comment. There we go. Not way anyone interested in coming up. can, of course, at any time. So, how is everyone today? Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night to everyone, depending on where you are in the world and when you're listening. Uh, JP says, morning, peoples. Darth Aster, not trying to sleep till later tonight. Need to get back to a normal cycle. Yeah. Well, this point, I doubt I'd ever have a normal cycle again. And JP Sound says, "Hey JP," or "Hi JPs." So usually on Monday mornings, thankfully. But how was everyone's weekend? And JP says, "Normal is all relative." Yeah, well, you know me, JPs. Need I say more? Uh, uh, okay, Darth Aster, why are you drinking that much coffee, and how do you drink that much? Or are you drinking espresso the way you would that most people would coffee? Let's see here now. Weekend usually consists of 2 consecutive days off. Well, true, but not always. And he's got the Death Wish coffee and keep it coming. And JP's needs to find a new job. Uh, let's see here now. Uh, for those Cuban coffees in a bottle. Yeah, yep. Basically, that's what I was thinking. Not quite the final word, but yeah. Okay. Wait a minute. Something where you don't have to deal with the public and has normal. Okay, JP's JP's. Your normal hours or normal hours? Because there's a distinct difference. A very distinct difference. JP says, or Vietnamese coffee does the same thing. Allison says, I bet the oil help realize stuff isn't anything bad or serious. And best wishes as always. Well, I know it's serious because she's bringing it up. So, yeah. And let's see here. Daisy Sound says all hours are 60 minutes normally. Well, my normal hours, which is whatever I feel like it. I don't think most jobs work that way, JP. Believe it or not, I really don't. You know, it would be wonderful if it did, but okay. Now I'm going to have to go mobile, and thankfully, somebody's backstage. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to try to get okay. Let's see here. You have to pay me for 40 hours a week, and I'll do what I want. Hmm. And yes, well, Ervik, we're not usually on Monday, but Michael T sent a message last night saying that he wasn't going to be able to do the whatever his normal stream. So we went ahead and set up the morning brew last night. And now I can finally get up. Winter overnight court. Yes, Marky Post did die. Yeah. Yeah. That's uh, funny. Um, people I remember on TV growing up. Um, you know, seeing how they are now. Yeah. Uh, uh, yeah, but see, JP, you'd have to actually not sleep on them. And yes, here we go. Here's NB.
Yeah, morning, bud. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Did sorry, I didn't hear correctly. I'm still trying to wake the hell up. Did Mike not able to show today?
Correct.
Okay. So I pop on, I see you're on. I'm like, oh, Mike must have either closed down early or wasn't
Wasn't that
doing
on?
it. Okay, well, it happens. It sucks about Christine. Nightcore was a really great show at its time. The problem is now if they tried to modernize it, they'd really screw it up.
No, they couldn't do it now.
No, definitely not. Wasn't it? think that was the first show I saw Brent Spiner in.
It's the first one I remember. I don't know.
Yeah, I forgot. He played. He didn't play the Russian. That was the other guy. That was the guy with the beard.
He played a hillbilly.
Oh, okay. He was a hillbilly. God, it's been so long, man. It's been so long since I watched that show. He is a big Mel Torme fan. I thought that was funny. Yeah, Judd. He's like, Judge, we got prisoners loose. They got out. Oh, calm down, guys. They'll be okay. What'd they use to break out? They took your Mel Torme picture. Bring me their heads.
Yep.
Yeah. Several of the night. Well, let's see. The first two bailiffs, the female bailiffs they had before Ross, those two passed away during the show's run.
Yeah.
That was Florence and what was the other one's name? Florence was the first one.
Yeah.
And the second one was the other older lady. Oh, damn, I'm drawing a blank on her name now.
I know. Of course, at this time of the morning, Darth Haster says most of the Night Court cast is dead. Yep.
Yeah. All right. Well, I have the power of Google in front of me. She had cancer.
Yeah. And she lived a good life.
Yeah, Harry Anderson, Richard Mall, John Larroquette. I think Charles Robinson, didn't he pass away?
I think so. Okay, if the judge was adequately diverse, then the people were going to
Selma and Lawrence. Right. Those were their names.
Yeah, Selma. Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. Now, of course, that's really, it's like, with Night Court, it's like, hey, Mel Torme. It's like, okay. Hadn't been a name I'd heard a lot before that. I mean, heard it, but
yeah, Dave, I could see how that would work. Yeah, I could see them doing that shit with Night Court. Probably end up on the Peacock channel.
More than likely.
Yeah, there was Night Court had a lot of fun stuff, had a lot of good stories. And a lot of times, if you think about it, did have some good allegories in there.
Well,
JP's, I think that's a lot of, I would not be surprised if that was a lot of people's first experience in Mel Torme.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, that was the first time I'd ever heard of Mel Torme's name. I mean, when the show came out, it was, how old was I? Shit, when the show first came out, I was 3 years old. I didn't even catch, I don't even think I started watching the show until about 86, 87. I was about 7 years old was when I first caught it. And unfortunately, back then, you know, you caught the episodes that were on.
Yep.
It's like, it's 8 o'clock. Here's what's on. Oh, I missed the episode. Well, you're going to have to wait till summertime to watch it again. Or sorry. Yeah, you're going to have to wait until the repeats come on. Then you're sitting there looking at the TV. Go, all right, where's that episode I missed? Yes, folks, for you young ones, that's how we used to have to do it when we were kids.
Mm-hmm.
Our idea of online shopping was catalog.
Yeah.
JP's was 9 when it first aired. Yeah, crazy. Oh, and Yvette, I had this yesterday, or this morning, just for you. Oh man, Cap. Yesterday, I know I told you I was using that as a recovery day.
Mm-hmm.
By I think 5 o'clock. I think I managed to stay up till 5 o'clock, and at that point, I had to tell everybody in the family. I was like, guys, I can't stay up anymore. I am just done. Oh shit! I think it. Oh crap! I think it's raining. I gotta go let my dogs in.
Go. Yeah. I love the show, so I was forced to watch it. Well, at least it wasn't a bad show. Yeah, trust me, there were some bad ones, but you know that's how it goes. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't seem that there's much on that isn't. So, you know, needless to say, I hope everyone has had a good weekend. Starting a new week, yay. Let's see here. It's a nightly local news, then night court. Then I could just play my Atari. Ah. Well, at least that makes sense. I remember my Atari. Still have it somewhere.
It's raining hard.
One of the few things I was able to keep. And actually, I still have the games for it too.
Okay, but, I'm back. I'm also stoked as all hell.
Of course.
Whew. It wasn't none of that little subtle sprinkle and then the full force. Nope, it just came right down.
Yep.
Whew. Yeah, it's like all of a sudden it's just like I hear it. It's just like, you know, that sound where it's just pouring like crazy.
Oh, yeah.
And like I gotta run out there and get. Well, one nice thing is there's plenty of areas for the dogs where they can't get in the kennel or anything when it rains, but we do have plenty of trees for them to get under.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if you saw in the chat the other day. The good news, my wife got the job.
Oh, that's good. That's good to hear.
Shoulders, honey. Your shoulders bad still? Yeah, mine too. I may need to use the electrolysis later.
Only had one TV. Yeah, same here.
Yeah, 32-inch RCA. Yeah, that sounds about right. I think we had a Zenith. Like a Zenith. I think we had a Zenith and then maybe later a Quasar. Don't forget the rabbit ears. You can't talk about those TVs without talking about them rabbit ears.
So true. It was always it wasn't until cable that you didn't have to adjust them every once in a while.
No, that was true, yeah. I like JP's thing here. I might that's that one you highlighted. Local news, night court, then I could play my Atari. Oh yeah, that was always the thing when you would I remember that, you know, it's like when I would go to friends' houses and sometimes their parents are like, why is everybody hanging out here? It's like, you've got the Nintendo. It's like not all of us had Nintendos, man. You went with the guy who had the best game system at the time.
And yeah, we had the aerial antenna. So yeah, it didn't have the rabbit ears, but
we did have in this one house down in Jacksonville, Florida. I even remember the street in Lake Lucina where I went, the same name of the school I went to. We had one of those antennas too. I don't know if it was 40 feet. Our antenna, I don't think was 40 feet. It was one of those ones that was maybe 10 feet higher than the house. You know, go all the way up to the top and then go just past the house, like 10 feet or something. Maybe that was 40 feet. I didn't really do the measurement.
Oh, you had one of the fancy ones with the motor. Cool.
Oh, I didn't even know about the motors back then. My first TV, and I remember it was a Christmas gift. I was, I think, 7 or 8. My parents got me a 10-inch black and white TV. And I tell you what, I was the happiest little fucker on the planet. I didn't care that it wasn't color. I was just happy to have a TV. I was getting to put it in my room. I was like, I thought I was on cloud 9. Oh, I got you. It would rotate the antenna.
Yep.
Okay. To help with getting better signal. Okay, I got you now. Our first cable, the strangest thing was our first cable box. I remember it. It was one of those ones. I don't know if you remember these, Cap. It was one of the earlier ones where it was that little you kind of slid it and clicked along it. It was almost kind of like a Ziploc bag in a way. I don't know if you remember that. That was our first. Yeah, that was our first one. I know a lot of people, I think their first cable box was, remember the black one with the little digital looking numbers on it? They were like in red.
No, our first one was a little box that had a dial on it. Yeah, no numbers, no nothing. Just
she still has Sega Master System, Mega Drive, Mega CD, and her PlayStation Original. Oh, good on you. Hey, sci-fi guy. Morning, Haster.
Hey, good morning, sci-fi guy. Uh, ah, laptop acting weird. I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, really, Bone?
Oh yeah, same here.
Really? I think the first time we got a VCR that actually had a remote, I think the remote was wireless. I remember our first. I remember one of our first VCRs. It was one of those top deck ones, where instead of sliding it through the middle side, you pop it open and then slide it back, slam it back down. You remember those?
Mm-mm.
Eject, it pop up,
Yeah,
slide in, down, hit play. Shit.
and let's see here now.
Yeah, yeah. JP's. That was the same thing when it came to TV. I was the remote.
Yep. Oh yeah, top
Allison, you
loader.
have the rest of your day. Yeah, top loader. Yep, that's what I meant. So I was talking about a top loader. One of the problems with these top loaders we found is they rewound the damn tape so fast that it would actually sometimes break the tape. And for those of you who don't remember this old classic, please be kind and rewind.
I still remember little stickers. Be kind, please rewind. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I got a feeling that a lot of us were the remote back in the day. My family had a remote already in the 1980. It was me, but we only had 2 channels.
Yep.
That's what we were back then, man. That's what your kids were. We were the fucking remote. Change the channel. What? I don't know. Change it till I tell you to stop.
And rewind
Click.
feeds. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, the rewind fees. Yeah. That was when everybody started getting one of those little VCR VHS rewinders. They all had those funny little shapes, like some would look like cars and everything.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, it made sense when you only. Well, it made sense to a lot of people. It's like you wanted to go from one movie to the next movie, so it's like just throw it in there. You don't have to wait for it to rewind.
Exactly.
Yep, the car rewind.
I still remember having one of the cars.
I think my grandfather had one that's shaped like a Corvette. Which never made no sense because he never seemed like a car guy to me. Oh yeah, there's one for you, Captain. Remember having to program the damn VCR?
All the time.
You know what the worst, for those of you who don't get this too, here's the worst. Here was the worst thing you had to deal with too. One of the worst things you'd have to deal with. You're about to watch your show, and all of a sudden, we have an important announcement. Emergency alert. The president is about to speak. And you're just like, fuck! We now return to your regularly scheduled program already
In progress. Yeah.
in progress. You're like, you motherfuckers.
And of course, half the time it was the closing credits.
Yeah.
fuckers, why even bother?
Well, it was always like, and it was always during your favorite show.
Yep.
It's like, did not matter. It's like, for some reason, it's like 7 o'clock rolls around, 7:30. All of a sudden, it's like, we need to have the president. Why? Put them on at 9 o'clock when nobody cares about what's on TV.
Yeah, that's why they would pick those times, because people were actually watching. Yeah. Yeah, back then, programming VCRs were simple.
I mean, it was legitimate. Well, what was it? Didn't you originally, if I'm not mistaken, and it's been a while since I programmed these things, wasn't the original VCR, you set it to record at a time, but you had to have the TV on that channel?
Yeah.
What I thought.
And
Yeah.
yeah, it was. Yeah, when they went to on-screen programming to quote unquote help, yeah, that made it worse. Far worse.
No, I'll tell you what, for most of these smart TVs now, a lot of times they just piss me the fuck off. This is like, okay, I just plugged in the HDMI cable. Why am I not seeing the Blu-ray player? Oh, you got to program it to accept the Blu-ray player. Whatever happened to just plugging in the goddamn thing?
During the days, when soap operas get interrupted, actually get some housework done. Yeah, exactly. Except then you'd have people all up in arms about the soap operas.
Yeah, you didn't want to piss it.
Oh yeah, I remember they would.
Yes. Yep. Be about, what was it normally, Cat? 11, midnight? Usually after the evening news, right? Like the 11 o'clock news?
Uh, it was usually later, but I wasn't usually awake for it since I didn't. You know.
Yeah, obviously we were kids. We weren't allowed to be awake for that. But yeah, I remember those. Yeah, they play the national anthem, and then we get those beep.
Yeah. Then it would go
You wait
to
for the
a screen. Um, just be a static image until uh, time for to sign on in the morning. That's how it was back then. Uh, but I still had a large console color TV with built-in LP player for their. Oh yeah, I remember that.
I have not.
But
I have not. Oh, sorry, Cap.
you know, for some reason the one on Twitch is having issues. Yeah, go fuck yourself.
I haven't had a stereo system for a TV in a long time. I actually, my problem with stereo systems was and I don't know if it's because of the brands I was buying back then, but they never lasted worth a shit.
Here.
Well, yeah, that makes sense no, it makes sense in Britain. They would play God Save the Queen.
Yes, and of course those net you would have to actually go to sleep because you had abnormal hours.
Oh, Sonder, why did you have to bring up that movie? Oh God, that movie. I still will not watch the movie to this day.
And good morning, brightest day. Good to see you stream yesterday. Now, why does that not surprise me? The static used to help me sleep.
If you got the snow static, that probably could.
Yep.
Because of the white noise. But if you had the bars, yeah, you weren't sleeping through that high pitch beep.
No, that's what he's talking about. The old static.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember several people in my family had those. Usually you'd put the remotes next to it, close it up, and usually the drawers were used for clothes.
Oh, trust me, I was there listening for a while.
How was this show?
It was good. I did unfortunately fall asleep, but it was that time of day for me.
Mm. Yeah, it's understandable.
Of course, JPs would think that was the best part.
Movies recommended for well, at least when they recommended an Indiana Jones movie, they recommended Raiders.
True.
I still have a hard time calling it Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. I still always just want to call it Raiders of the Lost Ark. I mean, that was its original name. Static on TV is background radiation from the Big Bang. No joke. Okay. If you say so. Oh. I was going to watch Suicide Squad and do a review on it, but like I said yesterday, I was so goddamn tired, I probably would have fell asleep during it. Which is pretty much what I almost did during Wonder Woman 84.
And yep, spot on, Yosef. This part was when Eric.
Oh, JP, please stop talking about that movie. Ugh. I don't. Ugh. God, now I'm getting chills. There are some movies that I will flat out admit I cannot watch. Poltergeist is one of them. I refuse to watch it. The movie scared me that fucking much as a kid. I'm just like, I don't care. I like if I see a trailer or something for it, I gotta stop because I'm just like, okay, I can't watch this. Whew. Movie still gives me the creeps. I'll watch Sign, but I'll watch Ring again before I'll watch that.
And let's see now.
But for some reasons, I can handle The Exorcist. No, you want to hear one that freaked people out when I was in when I still lived in South Carolina. My daughter, my youngest, put one of her dolls up, and it was like on my screen, and everybody could see it, and people are like, "Dude, you got to do something about the doll. It's freaking me out." I was like, "Oh fuck!" I didn't even notice he was there, and the fucking doll was there. And I took it to my daughter's room. I come back the next day. I do another stream. They're like, "Dude, I thought you got rid of the doll." I'm like, "Son of a bitch!" My daughter put it back for fun.
Chairs in the kitchen freaked me out. Yep, not surprised. And JP says The Exorcist was not a horror movie. Yes, dolls. One of Yvette's favorite things. Dolls.
Yeah, while we were actually at the the festival the other day. We Charlene wanted to go look at something, and she goes, "Nope, never mind." And I go, "Why not?" She goes, "It's dolls. I hate dolls." She's like, "They creep me out." And I'm like, "Did you?" I'm like, "It's because all those damn movies you've been watching."
Let's see
No,
here.
no, I am not saying that. I am not saying that. I am not saying that. Oh God, talk
Yeah.
about putting me in a. Okay, talk about putting me in a quagmire. I'm gonna get
Okay.
some coffee to have to deal with that. Have to deal with that shitstorm.
Yeah, that would be an interesting one. Which would he rather have to watch? Hmm. Doll returned by itself. Uh, Fun fact: The Exorcist was banned on release in the UK. I had to get a dodgy copy to see it. Yep, doesn't surprise me. Does not surprise me at all. I wonder what movies, because anymore it's easy to make corrections to movies so that they are more acceptable uh, in different countries, so that we each see a different cut of the movie. Um, but back then, of course, it was just all or nothing. Here it is.
Hello, everyone. I am having wonderful coffee out of this beautiful Captain Truck coffee mug, which you can find at Captain Truck's new and improved updated store. You can find this kind of coffee mug and many others, all designs done by Yitza himself in up to 16 different colors. So check out Captain Truck's merch store, accepting Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, and soon Bitcoin.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Well,
Uh,
that was just some of those are
oh,
just stupid.
my
Uh,
Blu-ray version does not have that. Oh, I remember, what was it? They went to a convention where they said, "Okay, guys, should we just put the guns back in?" And everybody went nuts. Like, yes, yes, it's small. Yes, it shouldn't be significant, but it is. You altered the movie. You altered the movie. You altered from walkie-talkies to that changes the scene.
it didn't make any sense.
No, it
You know,
didn't. It's not like they were pointing the guns at the kids.
and that would have made even less sense. It's
Yeah.
like if they were pointing the guns and all of a sudden, hey, I'm pointing my walkie-talkie at you, because that's gonna do so good.
Yeah, I made sure when I ordered my Blu-ray, when I got the Blu-ray of ET off of Amazon, I did look at the comments, and several comments did point out, yes, the walkie-talkies are gone.
Uh,
Eli, who? What hasn't South Park made fun of?
oh yeah, they made fun of a lot of shit throughout the years, and deservedly so. Everything
I always
deserves
crack
to
up
be
when
made fun of. Everything deserves to be made fun of anymore.
there is humor in just about everything. Oh man.
Oh, trust me, I can think of some things that would be funny, but wouldn't be allowed now because, yeah, it would not be appropriate.
Give it time, they'll make fun of us YouTube. Probably. Difference is most of us wouldn't give a shit. They're like, you look stupid here. It's like, yeah, that was kind of the intent. It's like, oh, you were an ass here. Yeah, I apologize for that. Next.
I'm
Oh, you did.
looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that
Morning, Jeff.
because it'll mean a return to some normalcy if they're making fun of idiots like us.
Well, the sad part is they could sit there and make fun of us and we just start laughing out. They're like, why aren't you offended? It's like, what are you talking about? This is normal for us. It's like what you all been doing is so alien to us, we don't get it. It's like most of us, our idea of growing up, our way of growing up was insults and sarcasms to the people we love the most.
Bird, are you still in chat, by the way? I know you were like
Bird,
the
in here.
second comment in the chat. First one was before the stream started, and it was about the 47 York 10 was talking about lobster season. So, of course, about 10 minutes before it comes on, lobster season. Save some for Mama Prey.
Oh, Cap, I am going to admit, after yesterday with Bird showing those Bird looking at those videos for the chairs and everything, I did actually go check out that video of the chicks in the chicks on the off the grid place. Couldn't help myself.
But I find it funny that the video just seemed so out of place considering everything else was about the topic he was actually searching for. This had absolutely no relevance to it at all.
I know. It's strange how that comes in. It's like folding up a bed, chicks going off grid. I'm not seeing how the hashtag algorithm works there. So, did he ever actually find a video for the bed?
Oh, I don't know if he found the one he was looking for, but or one that would actually help. But I'm sure he watched a few.
Oh, coffee needs to start kicking in. I need to just have I just need to find coffee in an IV and just have it needled in.
Yep. Agreed.
It's like, all right, just put a pot of coffee in there. All right, you got the bag full of a pot of coffee. All right, hook it up. Cool. All right, I'll see y'all in about 40 minutes.
And Skywalker
Meteor shower.
reminder.
Cool.
Cool.
I can go for that. I might actually get to see a little bit of it. Got enough open sky out here, thankfully.
Well, I'd have to shoot out a couple of street lights. You know, hopefully I get to watch it before going to jail.
You only go to jail if they catch you. Oh, professor's taking the day off to watch it.
Well, that's a good thing to do.
Yeah, definitely. I've been doing a little bit of research. There's a lot of, for all the small towns and everything around here, there are a lot of different festivals that pop up in different areas. So I'm going to start looking around a little bit more for stuff to do. I don't mind. Like I said, doing a 4-hour trip there and back is one thing, but man, the next day it just takes the toll out of you. I honestly don't know how the fuck truck drivers do it day in and day out.
Well, they're used to it.
Well, I
And
guess there is that.
most of them are not. They retire younger than most people do because of the stress, because of the hours. Uh,
Yeah, I asked my dad while he was working there. I said, because you know how they have those way stations? I asked him, I said, how the hell do you know when you're supposed to stop at these way stations? And I guess nowadays they have a little sensor on there that tells them if they need to stop at that station or if they can go past it.
mm-hmm.
Meteor shower is brightest and most abundant of the year. Heavily light populations. Less light population, 50 to 60 hour. Holy shit. I actually do live in an area with very little lighting out over the for a lot of places, so I should be able to get a good shot of that.
Bird, if you're watching, check Twitter. By the way, if you're not, wake up, Bird.
Somebody go tell Mom I'll pray to shake him awake. Yeah. Okay. Go for it, Dr. Fauci. Go to Sturgis and tell them they all need to be wearing masks. I'd love to see that happen. I'd love to see them go down to Sturgis and start demanding bikers do something. I did just go for it. The videos would just be outstanding.
Oh yeah.
I think what was it last year? I heard Antifa was talking about going down to Sturgis, and I was just like, "You're serious?"
There are
Like, are
people
you?
in all groups doing stupid things, whether it's, yeah, it's just utterly, utterly stupid. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Yes, please go tell a bunch of bikers what to do. Yep. Have fun with that.
If that'll ever happen.
Yeah. You want a good beat down, that's one way to do it. I will never be able to attend a Sturgis. I mean, I guess I could, but I'm not a bike. I don't bike. I never will. I have issues with it. I prefer a roll cage.
Let's see here now.
What?
Oh my God! What? Yeah, really?
Shit.
If you
Shaking.
what I think you mean, Yosef, yeah,
If it means
yeah.
what I think. Why do I have a feeling it means something? Never mind. I'm not even going to say it.
Uh-huh.
Never mind.
That's part of the problem.
Morning, Darius.
And good morning, Darius. How are you this morning? Uh,
Every time I see this stuff, I say, when I see these things about these COVID stories, Cap, they've done something. They've gone about this completely the wrong way. They've gone about it by fear, threatening, intimidation. And all that's going to do is make people like, especially people like, okay, I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I
well,
don't trust you. And unless I eventually have to. But what they should have done is, like a lot of people on my side say, the best thing you should do, talk to your doctor about it.
yeah, that should have been the first thing. Secondly, one thing they're not talking about are the number of kids who have either committed or attempted suicide because of all these fucking lockdowns.
Yeah. Not only that, I mean, not just you got to figure the depression rate hit a lot of people. It hit a lot of us.
Oh
Guys like
yeah.
me who suffer from depression. I know people like you and others in our community. If it wasn't for, in some cases, if it wasn't for us being on YouTube and talking with each other and talking to each other offline, some of us would have really gone through some serious hells. Yeah, it's fucking crazy what they did. And then they would do these stupid things with some of these kids. Are like, they would say, okay, your kid's in front of the TV, but your kid's in front of a monitor, but they can't be wearing pajamas. I'm like, the kid's at fucking home. Shut your goddamn mouth and teach. What do you care if the kid's wearing a fucking Tickle Me Elmo shirt or something? Or Tickle Me Elmo jammies, for fuck's sake.
There was one time, now this is just going back to my high school days where they had, uh, a pajama day. Well, there
I
was one
remember that.
time I remember somebody walked in. It looked like he was wearing a pajama shirt, and it's like it was. I happen to have seen this one at Walmart, and it's like it was just a regular shirt. It just happened to look like a pajama shirt. And the teacher's like, "Well, this isn't pajama day. This isn't a pajama shirt." Because I mean, he was wearing jeans and all. It's just really.
I remember in my high school, we had cross dress day. And yeah, I remember pajama day. Retro day. You picked an era you wanted to dress up as. Most people I know went with the 50s look. Some guys went with the Zoot Zoot riot look. Should I got to give the actually, Cap? That's an interesting thing. Let's look at it. We should pull the fashion trends of what kids were wearing in the 1921 to what they're fucking wearing now. It's like, okay, here's what they were wearing then. Here's what they're wearing now. Now you wonder why we're so fucked up.
To measure it wasn't
Oh,
too
really?
high. Yeah.
I never saw that. I did
There,
know a girl one time. I
I
knew a
heard of
girl.
it, never saw it, but yeah.
I remember when girls got their hair cut short, and of course they were made fun of because they were told they look like boys now. I never went to a school where I had to wear a uniform. No, my kids did a couple of times, and I fucking hated it because you had to go buy the uniforms yourself. You usually had to go to Walmart to get them. They weren't the cheapest. And by the way, if the uniforms you got destroyed during the school year, you couldn't find a fucking replacement.
Nope.
The stores were gone. They never restocked them.
And back then, you couldn't just ask them to buy another because it's like, oh, well, yeah, not available.
Yeah. You're like, and how the hell to buy another one? You know, you go look in there, you're trying to find alternatives. That's not the exact color blue. I don't give a fuck.
Joseph? No. No, just, yeah, I know you would have probably shown up naked for pajama day. Well, this is how I sleep.
Well, but yeah, and I mean, you got some other areas where, what was it? I think in California they're trying to say they're putting a mandate. They put a mandate in place to say in pre-K all the way up, all the kids are going to be wearing masks. I'm like, are you telling me you expect a pre-K to wear a mask all day? You expect this to work? It's like, are you just trying to make people miserable?
Yep.
Because there's a lot of people that I know are, well, I mean, that's what I heard in California. I don't know what I know. Oh, I heard down in Florida, certain counties are saying they're demanding masks. The governor's saying, no, you're not. And they're saying, yes, will. He goes, okay, then we'll hold funding. And then the federal government's coming saying, well, if you hold their funding, we're going to hold your funding. I'm like, God damn. Let the guy govern his own fucking state. That's the one thing I tell you what, man. When I got out of the military and I started homeschooling my kids, I caught it at just the right time.
Mm-hmm.
We're starting back up school on the 30th of August. My daughter's birthday, first full week. Starting back up, finish off 7th grade. We got.
Yeah. I knew you, Joseph. You would have showed up at school naked, going, "Hey, this is how I sleep. These are my pajamas. Sleep well, JPs.
Take care, JPs.
Make sure your cigarette's out." Dress down day at the end of the term, but it had to pay to do it. Yeah. That I don't know. That's almost mean.
So, speaking of school, yeah, my wife's going to meet up with the lady tomorrow. Go through look at her classroom, go over the curriculum and everything. So she's going to be teaching combination 3rd and 4th grade. I think she's going to have 10 kids. It's like I said, this is a private Christian school, so it's a small class. It's small class sizes. They don't require masks, and they don't require everybody show your papers, which I think is fair. So, once she does that, we'll see how she does for a couple of months, and then we get comfortable with it. And then I can start looking for a part-time job.
Absolutely.
But I told her this. I said she wanted it. She's really been wanting to look at getting a job, and I said, well, that's fine. I said, I just don't think both of us should try and go back to work at the same time, with us homeschool and everything. We've already finally are getting our footing down. I said, let's not do too many crazy, more transitions at once.
No.
So let her work, let her get situated into it, get comfortable, and then I can work on a transition. So it's better for me, her, and the kids, obviously. Oh, thank you, Yvette. Yeah, my wife, I thought she's pretty excited. I mean, she does not. Um, she does have a degree. That was what she went to school to be, was an educator. Her biggest thing was she didn't want to deal with public schools because she did a co-op for that when she was getting out, when she was retiring, and she said some of these teachers just had it rough. But when you got 25, 30 kids, teacher's just one person with, maybe you have an assistant, that's two people, and you've got 25, 30 personalities you got to deal with.
Oh, yeah.
Birds awake.
Up time. What woke you, bird? And by the way, if you didn't hear, Jeff wanted you to check Twitter.
So most likely what'll happen is while my wife's going to work, I'm going to probably transition back into doing house husband stuff like I did when I was homeschooling the kids while she was still in the military. I'll take over, more of the house stuff and things like that. And I'll be the one predominantly doing the school teaching and things, which is fine. I've done it before. I have no problem with doing it again.
Watching Cousin Tib stream from last night. Cool.
Hey, Rachel. So how many kids are you going to have in your classroom?
I think 9.
9? You're heading out and you're going to go up there and meet the lady tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. When does school start?
The 25th.
25th. Okay. So yeah, we're not starting too much longer after the kids.
Start that Monday after.
Exactly. And we only have half the school year left to do.
No. Well, yeah, we have 4 months actually.
Yeah. Yeah, we have to make sure we document 180 days. But like I'd mentioned to you, Cap, once we're going to do 7th grade, 8th grade, and once we get 9th, that's when we're going to do the go for the virtual learning stuff so we can, have all their high school transcripts taken care of, gone through professionally, so, they can get an actual diploma and everything. I mean, we could do that homeschooling, but, we'd rather go through something that's got an accreditation to it at that point. Because I don't know if I told you that. I might have mentioned it. Yeah, the high school records are the ones that are and when you really think about your school stuff, your high school records are really the important ones. Because those are the ones you need for, college and things like that.
Exactly.
I suppose his cousin could teach him cousin Dibs could teach him how to land a plane. Oh, I went there.
Absolutely, Bert was looking for tips and tricks. But yeah, landing planes, surviving any battles, no, there's no hope of that. Just, encouraging
Hey,
words.
I'm going to heat up my coffee real quick.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're right, Random Menace. You're right. Well, you get some rest. Take care, Yvette. And yeah, you're right. Plays a Harrison Ford style. You know, plenty of room on the panel if anyone wants to come on. Bird, if you're not busy, I would appreciate it. I've got screaming going on. It's a little difficult to talk and then be able to go out and get coffee at the same time with screaming idiots here. Kids. So, hopefully you, by the way, Yvette, hopefully you have some nice dreams. You know, dolls, monkeys, clowns. You know, nice, pleasant dream. And Yvette immediately just turned this off, please. Say, fuck you.
Hello, world. It's Birdo Prey 5, couple off. And yes, I absolutely was looking for tips and tricks. That is the reason why I watch it.
What time you got your ass on here, Bird?
Excuse me. The last thing I took to Captain Track was no stream today.
Well, that's the last I knew because
didn't stream. So
Michael T was supposed to be on, and then I saw a message on Twitter last night after I woke from my nap saying that he wasn't going to be on. Oh, by the way, I ended up missing Resolute Germs thing. I woke up, saw a message on Twitter, went to click on it. Thought, okay, this will, be on about 30 minutes. And I ended up falling back asleep.
I didn't make it to.
What's that again?
What's it? Farscape?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't get into Farscape, unfortunately. I wish I could. People seem to like it, but I don't know.
No, trust me, it's better than a lot of other shows out there.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. So this week, it's a big week. I didn't realize, but Thursday is Lower Decks, Captain's favorite show return. So,
oh God,
fuck that means I have to watch it because I guess I know what me and Jack are talking about next week.
My only question is, do I wake up at 3 a.m. to watch?
No.
Or do I wait till 6 and watch it? Could probably wait till 6 and watch it.
Let me put it to you this way: Am I going to wake up that fucking early to watch? Hell no.
Especially for a half-hour show. I mean, not even an hour show. So now the unfortunate part is that Cousin Dibs does Warzone Wednesdays now, where they do private Warzone games, which I wanted to play, but that would keep me up late Wednesday night.
Right.
And now if I got to be up early Thursday morning, That is not a great combination. In fact, it's the worst possible day he could have been doing. It's the worst possible day for them to release Lower Decks on that schedule.
Well, why
And
do you
then
have?
the-
Yeah,
huh?
well,
Why do I have to do it? Why do I have to watch Lower Decks early?
yeah.
Because the sooner you get out the review, the more clicks you get.
Mm.
If I'm a day late, I lose half the views it would get. And Lower Decks did not get a ton of views compared to Discovery or Picard, which, is not surprising since it's a half-hour cartoon. But
Oh, it's funny. I got into well, I would say discussion, but most of the people involved were just completely stupid on Twitter. In fact, one of them would basically reword my messages to sound more, I guess, Tweety Bird like. Yeah, you're an idiot. The other was like, oh, well, and I mentioned the Guardian of Forever and how it wouldn't have changed. It's like, well, it's been 1,000 years. How do you know? Well, look at the city on the edge of forever.
yeah, it
The
was
whole
hundreds of
lines,
thousands of years.
hundreds of thousands of years old.
Since before
It's like,
your sun
yeah,
burned
it had
bright in
changed
the
in all that
sky.
time, and in 1,000
That's
years, it's gonna.
billions. That's billions of years. Since before your sun burned bright in the sky, I have awaited a question. Although, to be fair, it doesn't say that he hasn't changed in those billions of years. But I think the meaning was pretty clear that that thing has been there forever.
And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it's going to change into the door.
I decided to become a Carl. He trans. He trans from a rock to a humanoid. Not just trans species, transmorphic. It's very material. It's very nature transitioned.
And Darth Haster finally turned off spell check. See,
I can't wait till they make the Carl action figure.
oh dear God.
Carl, Guardian of the Galaxy, Guardian of Forever action figure.
Yeah, how long till it goes on the clearance aisle?
That's fine.
What are you
Whatever.
talking
I'd
about?
take it
There's
over
no
Michael
clearance
Burnham.
aisle. There's no fucking Star Discovery toys available.
Yet.
There's no market.
Supposedly they're coming out next year or whatever.
When I see most people who do, like, for example, Eagle Moss, I've yet to see most of the Eagle Moss collectors I know. In fact, I have not yet to meet one who has something from Star Trek Discovery in it.
Kapla Darius.
And yeah, that's several people have canceled their membership because of the inclusion of the Discovery crap in the Eagle Moss subscription
That
thing.
is what. Yeah, that is why I have never subscribed. I've never done their subscription because I knew I was going to get stuck with shit like that, and I'm like, oh hell no. I'm like, nope, I want my individual ones. I don't
I'm
want any
pretty
fucking
sure
Discovery looking ships.
you can refuse the Discovery ones or any model if you choose. Don't quote me, but that's what I thought I've seen that.
And thank you, Darius. I will say this. I'm glad that you're there helping to drop links in the chat. That is very helpful. And if for some reason you're not subscribed to Bird of Prey 5, do subscribe to him. It's highly recommended. I didn't know that either. So how is Mama Prey this morning?
She's good. Just doing my blood pressure. See. Anybody want to bet on a top number?
142.
Oh God, I'd be in the hospital if that was the top number.
Well, me and Jack Beers called it. I was just kind of skimming over the trailer for Lower Decks Moon. Boimer gets demoted again. He's going to get demoted from Lieutenant Danson.
115 over 83. 75 heart rate.
Beautiful. 115 over 83.
Yeah.
Lowers a little high, but not too bad.
I haven't taken my pill for the day.
Oh, I'm always terrified to look at my blood pressure.
I have to have it taken every week. Yippee. Of course, that's usually the day the kids are really all
I took my
hyper.
100-mile race.
I absolutely love when they open my door. I have to get up and close the damn door again. Oh, well, that's life.
That's live. That's live.
Yeah, I liked. Well, look at. You thought my number was high. Check out Elihu.
That can't be his regular number. That might
You
be his
say
all-time high. I've had some crazy all-time highs. Don't get me wrong, but
fucking A, I can never get a break.
today is Monday, right?
correct. It is Monday.
Which means I need to take my vitamin D in addition to my other pills.
And yeah, Michael T is usually on Monday, but he had some other things to attend to, so unfortunately he was not on. And that was his guess for you. His average is 110/80.
That's not too far off. Oh, that was his guess for me. Jesus Christ. Elihu, really? Putting me in an early grave. Random Menace is 117/82 right now. That's damn close. We're blood pressure buddies. Random Menace, how far did you make it into For All Mankind?
My blood pressure meds must not have kicked in yet because I'm at 149/94, which is typical when my pills haven't kicked in. I'm sure the coffee is also having a little bit to do with it.
Oh, you're only at episode 2.
Episode
Okay,
2.
I guess you're in no rush, which is fine. Let it take its time because there's only two seasons. And season 1 is the better. Although season 2 has more Star Trek references.
So how bad will Lower Decks be?
I don't know.
They basically ruined they basically ruined the only good episode they had, which was the season finale, where Boimler actually seemed like he was going to be seen as a competent, officer, getting off the ship, going to the Titan, and actually getting some respect. Now it's going to basically be he's going to screw something up, get demoted, and sent back to the Cerritos. I'm like, oh yeah, great idea.
The only question is whether it actually happens in the first episode or if it takes a while.
Yeah.
There's definitely scenes where he's still on the Titan. Now, if they do that all in the first episode and he's back to the Cerritos by the end of the first episode, that will be extremely disappointing. If he spends 2 or 3 episodes on the Titan, and then maybe the Titan gets destroyed or something, and that's the reason he ends up back on the Cerritos, I suppose I could live with it, but I really don't see how I could live with the demotion unless it's some sacrifice or something he makes, like we've seen happen in Trek before.
Mm-hmm.
It's one thing to be demoted if you're doing so for your friends or something. It's another if he's demoted because of sheer incompetence. And Elihu, you don't have to tell us when you're away, when you're text chatting. We wouldn't know.
It's one thing if you're on the panel.
Yeah, you're on the panel. I get it.
You put in the private chat, be right back, blah blah blah. But
or even maybe I say it too much, but I might say it so people know if they're messaging me in when they just know I'm not there or whatever, or talking to me. But if I'm in the chat, goddamn, I wouldn't. I don't put those types of updates in. I just read the chat when I get back. Not all that many lines.
No. Oh, at least it's at least yours isn't like Neurotics or Doomcock's chat where it's like oh dear God, now you have to catch up. Oh, fuck that.
Yeah, there's no help. There's no hope.
So they're going to have a Temerian on lower decks. This ought to be interesting. Is he actually going to talk in metaphors?
He is. You didn't
Yeah,
see the
actually,
trailer?
I don't have the audio going right now.
Oh, I was gonna
Well,
say
I
you
don't want it
saw
to
the
bleed. I don't
trailer.
want it to bleed over. Yeah, I didn't want it to bleed over. I'm actually just watching it for the visual look, real quick.
Oh, it's been out for a while.
Yeah,
I
it's
know. I'm not exactly really looking forward to this.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna have a little fun with their metaphors. Which doesn't make the most sense because you would think the computer would figure out how to properly translate the metaphors by now.
you would think. But yeah, I'm not sure how that type of species could actually fit in if they're not able to communicate normally.
Well, I mean, any species eventually, you would think the computer could eventually figure out, like that insect language that uh, in TNG that had to be very, very specific.
Oh yeah,
Or that Voyager, the Tac race. Not just talking, but your body language.
yeah,
What is this cat? What is this bird? No badgie?
yeah. Fuck Badgie.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just
I
being a
think
smart
Badgie.
ass.
I think Badgie will be back this season. I think they're just not showing him.
Oh boy. And when is it gonna air? Wednesday?
Yep.
Oh god. Oh. Speaking of which, think about it. Where the hell's my old computer? The one I use for that. The one I used to do my surfing or sailing. I'm gonna have to look for that.
Yeah.
I like that.
That would be the type of stupidity they would do.
And Star Trek Lower Decks is or not Lower Decks, sorry. Star Wars Bad Batch. I think the last episode is Friday for the season.
Well, then I'll have to watch them all.
I do like how they are showing. This season really does go into, the transitioning out of clones to the TK stormtroopers. Ugh.
Oh,
Oh, they renewed Bad Batch for season 2. Cool.
oh God. Thank you, Elihu. No, I'm not in the mood
Thank you,
today.
Elihu. Yes, we really needed to know that.
See, hopefully he's listening because I'm going to say it. I'm going to start taking him out of the chat when he goes into these. I don't know what to call them. He tries to. What does he say? Yeah, but anyhow, in all reality, he tries to change the conversation because he's bored. And no, I don't care what he does on his channel. He doesn't do it on other channels he goes on because he knows that, like Chris Knight would just drop his ass. So I don't want to appear rude, but I don't want people coming on and going, "Oh, by the way, I want to talk about." Well, that's not what we're talking about at this point. And if it comes up, that's fine. If there's a lull in the conversation and things change, that's good. But come on to a stream and force a change in conversation because that's not what you want to talk about. Come on, really? I don't think it's that complicated.
I guess I didn't know about this one, but apparently Disney is rebooting National Treasure.
3% of Antarctica is covered in penguin poop. Cool. Should be very fertile there then.
Huh. I guess you could reboot National Treasure. I mean, it's not exactly a staple.
That one, the only problem with reboots nowadays, fuck your agendas. I don't care whose agenda it is. Fuck it. Write a good story. Learn how to be, I don't know, subtle. Put any messages you want in there if you're fucking subtle about it.
Well, take a look at this. Here's what Disney has coming. So obviously they're not thinking original. Apparently some Aladdin spinoff, Hocus Pocus 2. Now I've heard that's been in the works forever. Fucking Sister Act 3. Oh my god, they're gonna
That's
reboot
been in the
3 Men
works
and a Baby.
forever. that
Dude,
a
what was
3
that?
Men and a Baby has again been in the works forever.
Oh, here we go. Another cheaper by the dozen. Now they're bringing back Chippendale Rescue Rangers. A live action Pinocchio. Okay. I like how they did this one. It's called Peter Pan and Wendy, and then this is how they said yet another movie about the Peter Pan legend with Jude Law as Captain Hook. So in translation, nothing new.
And yes, the random minutes did solve the world's problem. Just shoveled off into space.
Oh.
Thank you, Yosef. We're only that simple.
I would not be able to watch Sister Act 3. I can't stand Whoopi Goldberg now.
I'd watch it.
I'd watch the first two, but I don't know if I'd watch the third one. Maybe I would. I mean, if it's going to be on Disney Plus, I'll probably watch it just because, I already have it.
I mean, as long as she goes back into the character that she was, okay, fine, good. That's great. They try to make changes. No.
I just don't know. I mean, didn't the first movie come out in like the early 90s
Oh yeah.
or mid? Yeah.
I don't remember exactly when, but yeah, I know exactly what he meant without saying that reference. As I said, I wish it were that simple. Be a few people I'd take to the edge myself.
Get this. I guess they've got this in development at Disney. A droid story. It's going to have R2 and C3PO mentoring a new character. I don't know if that's a droid or a person. Yeah.
No.
I mean, okay.
Just no.
Some things should just be left alone. But I'm getting the impression. I think the writing on the wall with Disney and Star Wars right now is I do not see us getting a new Star Wars movie at least for 5 years. I think they're trying to, after what happened, after what's been going on, after what happened with the sequels and Solo. I mean, the one that generally got the most positive reviews is Rogue One. I mean, when you look at the overall now, all 5 of those movies, that's the one that still gets the most accolades. But another movie, I know that what they say they gave Dumb Shit Johnson, they said they gave him his own trilogy. I know there's been no news about that shit, so I have a feeling that died. But I can't see them making a movie right now. They're being, I think, a little smart in this area, a little cautiously smart, and saying, "Okay, guys, maybe we should see how the series are going to work on the streaming service before we try doing another movie." I know there's still that rumor. There's all that talk about how they're going to try and make it to where they can either decanonize the sequels or retcon or sidestep or whatever the fuck they're gonna. I'm gonna be honest with you. I flat out said this. I don't really give a shit anymore if they do it or not.
Yeah. And just in case Yvette is still listening, remember, LDG is a puppet and a uh, uh, marionette. He's got all you have to do is pull his strings, and you can cuddle up to him because he's like a little doll. Just dream of LDG, the doll. No big deal.
Okay, this is wrong on so many levels. I think.
Well, hopefully I didn't scare Yvette too much. Oh yes, love all these different shapes. Yeah. Again, I'm tired of propaganda. Just give it a rest. we don't hold your beliefs because, yeah, go fuck yourselves, Hollywood.
I saw something in this article where they were saying, granted, all these projects they talk about that projects just because they project something doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen.
No, God, no.
Apparently, on this article here, it actually had something for like a Mrs. Doubtfire that made it look like they're talking about a reboot. And I just went and looked it up. I can't find anything on a Doubtfire reboot.
Oh, God, no. There would be no way. That thing would be an utter failure.
You're not. Yeah, the only thing I saw was like, I guess, a 2017 article that talked about they were talking about maybe Kevin Hart doing the reboot. I was just like, no, no. It's not a movie that can be rebooted. I just don't see it as a rebootable movie.
Mm-mm.
And yes, a lot of the key parts of that is because of Robin Williams and Sally Field.
Honestly, you could get rid of Sally Field easily. Robin Williams, no. I hate to say it, but he's the only one that's not replaceable in that scheme. Without Mrs. Doubtfire, nothing else would work.
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, wait a minute, this would have been something I would have thought I heard. It was like when I heard them, I think sometimes, Cap, they float these things out there just to see what kind of reaction people are going to
Well,
get.
that's true.
Because remember, what was it, last year or so, they tried to say there was this whole, we're thinking about rebooting The Princess Bride. And of course, everybody went like, are you out of your fucking mind? Yeah, Elihu, I miss Robin Williams comedy too, man.
Oh, yeah.
That was just, man, his comedy was just unique for his style. Well, especially in Mrs. Doubtfire, because the very beginning of the movie is, he's, doing the voice acting. He just starts screwing with it. It's like, do you guys really think it's a good idea for us to be promoting smoking? And then all the guys in the executive booth are all smoking cigarettes. Like, ooh.
Okay. Here we go.
Oh, shit. What's up? Oh, time to turn it to 11. What's going on, guys? Good morning.
Morning.
Morning vitamins. Don't
Now,
leave home
Captain
without
Trek
them.
did not oversleep. Normally, Captain Trek would not be on Mondays, Kronos.
And no, I didn't oversleep. Curtis, I'm surprised you're on. I figured you'd be asleep since you were messaging me late. I happened to wake up and get a message from Kronos. So I sent something back and got talking to him later, and he's like, "Is this late enough?" Not exactly what I was thinking, but okay, sure. But what's going on this morning, LDG?
Well, it's a lovely Monday morning. Too much to do. Already made 4 phone calls. Took care of some work. Had to figure out what to do with my cable modem that completely got ripped out the wall yesterday. So we're good on that. Clients are up and running, so we're good on that. I'm working on a video I'm doing here in about an hour. So I'm going to have to drop out for a minute and do that. Things are good.
Cable modem
Backstage
get ripped out of the wall.
Yeah.
How?
So, had to, matter of fact, I haven't put it away yet. I still have it right here. Where'd it go? Where'd I put it? Oh, anyway. Yeah. Had to solder. Here we go. Hello. There we go. Had to solder. There we go. My cable modem back together. So, yeah. Lifer Matthews isn't the only other one who knows how to put hot rods up electronics to make them work. Oh, yeah. That was fun. Which is a little difficult because the cable modem is like this big. So this needle, not exactly super small, trying to, solder the piece back on. But surprisingly did. I mean, the chip was literally ripped right out the board. The input chip, the input adapter, ripped right out of the board. So I had to solder it back into the board. And then I had to solder it to the board. Then I had to solder it to the case. So that way it's just not, loose. And then put everything back together. And it worked. So that was good. Got a new cable modem coming through the mail because it's broken. Just because I soldered it. It's still broken.
Yeah.
And we'll get that in a couple days. So lots of fun. Besides that, it's a Monday morning. You guys sound awake. Bird sleeping?
Yes.
Bird sleeping? Lovely.
I'm hibernating.
Hibernating?
Yeah.
So you're sleep talking right now?
Basically.
Okay. Gotcha. Finishing my first cup of coffee.
Well, Bert, since you're sleeping, why don't you go ahead and read out the chats, because you can make up your own, as we've seen.
Sure. Mr. Nobody says, "Hi, welcome to Morning Brew. I'm Mr. Nobody." Elihu, who says he discovered the 9th planet inside his rectum. Super anti-salty. Super
Just to
anti-salty.
clarify here, I am the nobody. You got to remember, I am nobody. Not that nobody, but I am nobody.
Super anti-salty tracker says he has a video that came out at 6 a.m. this morning. Everybody should watch it. Lord Deloaded says that he's I don't know what that word is. I don't know. It looks like ancient hieroglyphics. I think it translates to he is the salamander queen. I don't know. Welcome, Mike Richards and his package inspection service. Joseph from the future says the future is bad, and we should what? We should start all running backwards to slow the Earth from rotating, and thus preventing time. If we all ran at the same time, we could change the direction of spin of the Earth, and then time would flow backwards. It's not a bad idea, Joseph. If all 8 billion people all made their run at the exact same time in the exact same direction, completely opposite to the spin of the planet, I bet we could slow it down. Especially if we could get the animals to join in.
Well, it's fine. We have the neural net thanks to
dogs.
what's his name? Neuralink.
Elon Musk.
Yeah, Musk. And we can get the
Yeah.
animals to do whatever we want. You know, be kind of cool if we all jumped at the same time. Would it cause an earthquake?
No, we
I
have
was wondering if
Elon
anybody
and
was going to bring up the Superman. Leave it to Kronos.
Kronos. Is Kronos here?
Kronos is here.
The Kronos here. We have
Kronos
Kronos.
says, "What's a Superman?"
We can turn back time.
Quite the song, but hey. Yes, it's forbidden. And I'm sure that Bert has a few more chats to read out before he falls back to sleep.
Yes. Did you know that golf stands for Ladies Forbidden, Only Gentlemen? That's why it's called flog in Europe.
God.
I'm talking about Western Europe, not Eastern Europe, Joseph. You guys will get a golf course soon. They're building it now.
What about the train?
They're building it through the golf course.
Ah,
They don't understand how it works, but it's okay. Listen, your first train yard and your first golf course, nobody really pays attention to them anyway. Just don't get the golf cart stuck on the tracks.
my question is, will it be a full-size train or like a, one of those zoo ride things that that they call a train?
Well, considering the country isn't all that big, you can save a lot of money on trains if you don't actually use a train and just paint a van to look like a train.
Ah, so you paint down train tracks and just use a golf cart type thing.
Excuse me.
That's
Oh. Interesting theory.
right. Theory.
Oh, yes. And good morning, Star Trek nitpickers. How are you this morning? I knew you were going to request it either here or Discord. I was just looking at Discord to see if you were going to send that message there. Yes, I gave out your secret and to appease people. I ought to start charging for this.
Listen to me very carefully, because I'm only going to say this once. Coffee. Black.
Coffee. Black. While I've got your attention, there are...
Coffee first. Well, this mentor would like another cup of coffee. I'm just gonna have to give up coffee. Want some coffee?
If I'm not mistaken, that's your third cup this morning.
Fourth, and on a day like today, it won't be my last. Coffee. The finest organic suspension ever devised. Commander, set a new course. There's coffee in that nebula.
Well, I didn't say you would pay for it. Glad to hear that you can't complain. I'm doing all right. How's everyone else this morning? Of course, we know that LDG is demon possessed. Birdo Prey 5 is sleeping. And NB Geek is probably away doing something important.
Well, no, I'm not actually away anywhere. I was actually reading up on something. This while I was at the festival, it was an interesting thing. For as much as us Marines know our traditions and our heritage and everything, one of the things that was interesting is something not many Marines know is where the origin of the term "oorah" comes from. So, it's kind of an interesting thing. I'm kind of tracing it back. I know the term is also, if you spell it out that way, is also actually a Hebrew word, but it didn't come from the Jewish faith, obviously. At least not the meaning we were.
Right. And yes, you take care, Mar. Go ahead, get some sleep. Sleep well. And hopefully you will have good dreams. And remember, if that LDG is nothing but a stuffed animal who is a puppet and a nice cuddly monkey type thing. So, have a sweet dream, if that. And yes, I'm evil. And what the hell are you doing now, LDG?
What?
Trying to get attention, can't you tell?
Well, yeah.
I don't need to get attention. Attention comes to me.
Now if the cat were only over your face.
Listen.
Actually, that's an improvement.
Yeah, I like it. It's quite good. There we go.
Of course, it kind of phases in and out with the background, but hey, that was okay. Sonny Bono.
There we go. Cool. Sean gun. Yeah, I like it, Darian. Not bad. Could be better, but it's not bad.
Well, yes, it is Darius, except there are times he'll go through 50 in an hour, and so what's going on today, Kronos? Have you had your coffee? Of course, Kronos says he misses Maria. Well, Maria's asleep. Kronos still has to make coffee.
Well, I got family over here, so trust me, they are going to be making plenty of coffee today.
Ooh, interesting. Twitter is a buzz.
Oh,
What's
that's
going on
nothing
today?
unusual.
What's going on Twitter that's worth a shit today?
It's about a topic that I don't think we want to mention here. I guess
Okay.
I'll put the link. You guys can see it for yourself. And then if you want to talk about it, it's on you. Yep.
Okay.
And here you go. There it is. Boom. I don't know how much stock you could put into it. It's from the Global Times. I don't know if you trust them or not.
Not particularly, no, but sometimes things are worth looking at.
Yeah. Okay. I'm calling bullshit.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards that way too, but I'm not necessarily ruling it out because you never know. Never know. If there's one country that could benefit from that, if it's not C, it's A.
I would agree with that. That's assuming that what is being said is true. But yeah, there would be certain benefits for both.
I could totally see that. Absolutely.
Kronos is now leaving to make coffee. Cool. And let's see here. And Simple Jack. I'm used to the other one. How are you doing this morning? Actually, he put it in the private chat. Let's see here. And again, at this point, anything stated is theory. We're not discussing it on this, but anyone who wants to read up on it, feel free.
I'm actually kind of surprised here. I'm trying to see if it's possible I can find a copy of what we used to call in the Marine Corps the Green Monster. It was our training book from boot camp.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see, like a lot of people in the Marine Corps, but at some point we got rid of ours, and I got rid of it. And I kind of actually like to have a copy of it back.
There are a lot of things I remember getting rid of over the years. There's only a few that I actually would give a shit about having back. Yeah, most things I got rid of for a reason.
Oh shit! I think I actually found it. I think I actually found a PDF file of it. This looks about right. I mean, obviously, it's been updated since I went through in '98.
Well, yeah. Of course, you could probably find, if you looked, the 98 version somewhere.
How to board a Navy vessel. Yep. That's all laid out again in here. Yeah, we had we called it the Green Monster. And what we would have to do is while we were standing, if we'd go to the store and get like the supplies we needed for boot camp, then we'd all be sitting out in formation. Somebody would need to come out and start reciting questions from our cite stuff from the book. And we would have to reverberate it. It's one of the reasons why there's quite a few things we remember about the Marine Corps even long after we've been out, because you get years of that stuff drilled in your head constantly. Sometimes it's hard to get rid of.
I kind of doubt nothing has changed since '98, but yeah, I wish.
Oh man, yeah, they still got all this in here. The where you have to mark your web belt, where you put your name on your duffel bag, where you put it on your trousers. Oh God, I remember all that. Where to put it? I mean, figure this out. We had to actually stamp our socks with our names on them.
Yep. I remember going to a place one time, everything had to be marked just fine. But it had to be done in a specific way in a specific place. Dear God, this isn't the military. Why do you give a shit?
Yeah, I definitely drill the hell out of you.
And Burnos said, I know a kid, but wow. That sound was screaming. Piercing, screaming. Or as I call it, daily hell. All right. Time for more coffee.
Coffee, black.
NB,
Yo.
take over for a minute.
I'll do my best. What's going on here, LDG? Are you lagging or something? You got too much stuff going on there?
No, what are you talking about?
You're looking kind of laggy.
Looking laggy? Let me see here. Nope, looks pretty smooth to me. Just check the stream.
Cool.
Does this look laggy?
Yeah, it's like it's not as laggy, but it looks a little, I don't know, there's points where it looked a little choppy from your movement of your head. And I don't know if it's because of the...
Oh, the head is a little bit because that's the effect is on the thing. So yeah, it'll be a little choppy, but overall the video should be smooth. It's not the video that's laggy, it's the effect on the video. But I'm looking at it right now on the stream. Looks fine. I mean, I could always change it back out. I mean, let me see here.
Yeah, whatever works for you.
You shall not pass. There we go. All right.
There we go. I decided to go a little dark side.
Dark side.
So what are you doing today, LDG?
Dude, working. Actually, I'm about to drop out here in a minute. and do a video. So besides that, just my normal Monday.
Cool
Normal
beans. I
Monday.
think I might actually do. I got a couple of videos I'm gonna work on today and probably start loading them up throughout the week. I wanted to do that yesterday, but I needed yesterday to recover after 8-hour round trip drive and then 2 hours walking around.
Yeah. Well, I got a couple actually. I might come out with 3, and one of them it has to do with the new Mac phones. Want to read all your pictures for pornography. So, if you have an iMac phone, you're about to get your privacy completely fucking taken away.
No shit.
And if you have any no porn, you will get caught. Oh, and by the way, it doesn't know the difference between no porn and, pictures of your kids. So we'll see how that goes.
See. We're looking at some fun class action lawsuits in a few years.
Well,
yeah, well, they can try, but they'll find a way around it. Mac knows how to do it.
Now,
it's getting exceedingly harder to sue and win these companies.
They'll do like most companies do when they get a class action lawsuit. They'll settle it out of court. They'll do some like, okay, we won't do this, we won't do that, blah, blah, blah. And then they'll pay out the money.
Yeah.
And then they'll go home and they won't blink an eye or lose any damn bit of sleep over it.
Mm-hmm.
It's the fucking truth. There's a reason why most of these cases you never see them go to court. Most of the time you'll hear about a lawsuit and then, they'll bring up a big thing. There's a lawsuit against Amazon. There's a lawsuit. It's like, yeah, so we never hear what happens. Usually it's settled out of court, details not being released.
Yeah.
NDR signed, people get paid. Or not NDRs.
I know what you mean.
Oh God, what is the term I'm looking for here? Non-disclosure agreement.
Yep.
NDA. I meant to say NDA, non-disclosure agreement.
Yep. That what goes. But it's all good. It's all good. Like I said, it's not this planet; it'll be the next.
And hopefully the next isn't like this one, because
Right.
With just a little bit.
Of course, my luck it would be this one again.
Some things don't
LDJ,
react
Sean
well
Connery,
with
you are
bullets.
not.
Oh man, too funny.
I stay out of the system for the most part. It's not worth my head. Oh, then it must. LDG. I was just looking at that link you sent again, just real quick. I just noticed that at the very top, after we see the name of it, I just noticed what it says. Says state affiliated media, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna definitely trust that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's like when I say, it's like, I take one of Ronald Reagan's things to heart. Scariest words you ever hear. I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
Pretty much. That's how it goes.
Oh, hey, Cap. It's time
Yep.
for me to exit.
All right. You take care, NB.
Right.
You have a great day.
You guys.
Take it easy, boss.
Good
Very
idea.
good. Later.
And I know you need to get going yourself. LDG, get that video made.
Most things in here don't react too well to bullets.
Yes, you have a good one, LDG. And yes, Kronos says nanu nanu. So we're down from 4 to 2. And of course, Bird is asleep, and I am not.
I wish I was asleep.
You wish you were asleep. Okay, so what's going
I'm
on?
tired. I woke up tired today.
Ah,
Mama Prey volunteered to give a wake-up call to her sister at 6:30 a.m.
mm-hmm.
I was a little concerned, like, what if I wanted to sleep late? But of course, I ended up at 5:45 a.m. So really wasn't an issue.
Well, how about this? Go back to sleep.
Wish I could. Maybe in a little bit.
Here's what you do. Put your CPAP mask on. Turn the machine on. Close your eyes and relax, and you'll sleep.
The CPAP machine is one of the things we got to replace. I'm not fully sure it's working right.
How so?
It just doesn't feel right. The pressure goes high, and let me check my numbers from last night
Okay.
while I'm thinking about it. No, according to the machine, I got a good night's sleep. It says I got 6 hours and 52 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
which is 69 out of 70 points. It said the mask feel was good, 20 out of 20. It says 6.2 events per hour, which for me is on the high side, but that's still low enough to be 5 out of 5 points. And it says I only took the mask off 4 times, which is 3 out of 5.
Ah,
So 97 out of 100 points in total. I have to import the SD card data later and see what the quality of the sleep actually was, though.
I don't know. Can
You
you?
can. Yes, you can if you want, Kronos. I mean, I might ignore you, but you can.
And at least he asked the correct way. He said, "May I?"
True. I'm surprised he said may and not can. That's a good choice of words there, Kronos.
And of course, as is being mentioned in the chat, Maria Opre.
Hola.
Burrow says, I'm always ignored. So no difference to me. And no, you're not, Kronos. In fact, yeah. It's never too early for you, Kronos. I almost said bird. Almost feels too early for me, and it's 8:30.
That's right. An hour behind.
Correct.
I think we should have a new saying around here. Chronos is a terrible thing to waste. I don't know why, but this feels right.
And yes, Kronos. Bird is always improper. And Kronos says, wow. Uh, so what does everybody have planned for this week? Anything special? I'm going to make a recommendation to everyone. Get out while you can. New lockdowns are coming. Get out, enjoy yourselves, and stock up on things. Don't be idiots about it and hoard.
Stock up on alien tape. I saw an advertisement for it last night. It looks amazing.
Alien tape? What the hell's that?
It's tape that's not tape, but it holds everything in place. Indoor, outdoor, 1995 for not just one roll, but 3 rolls.
Uh-huh. That sounds like that spray sealant.
Flexi seal.
Flexi seal, yes.
That stuff's quality too.
That's exactly what it sounds like.
And space tape. You could build a boat.
And you could build a boat with a screen door. Of course, if that side there'd be a raft, but
Yeah, you can build a boat out of screen doors.
of course you have to be light-footed on the screen door, but hey. Because you could still push that screen through. Yes, Carlos says, get lots of beans and rice. Yes. Unfortunately, I can't have rice, but I'd also recommend, what do they call that stuff? Oatmeal. Oatmeal can be used for a lot of things. Because with the diverticulitis, that is still on the no-no list for me.
What's on the no-no list?
Rice.
Really?
And let's see here. Ew, oatmeal. No. Oatmeal's not bad. In fact, you can use it in things. There are people who actually use oatmeal when making meatloaf, for example. Look at the eggs. They'll use oatmeal and eggs. Helps make sure to keep things, loaf-like. And adds extra fiber to the meat. See, I never
Gotta
liked.
be honest, I'm not a fan of oatmeal.
I
Unless
never
it's a
liked
cookie.
cream of wheat because it's always too runny. Just reminds me of grits. Just kind of
Now,
nasty.
grits I do enjoy. Cream of wheat? I don't know. Can you put butter on cream of wheat?
That's just my opinion. And there it says oatmeal meatloaf. Yeah. Well, it's mostly meat, of course. It has a little in there. No, I follow the directions. I follow the directions, and it's always. Ugh. uh, okay. Well, yes, directions are crap. Put less in. Okay, that makes sense. Well, it doesn't make sense because they should actually put correct directions in there and not have it set up for making garbage. Ah. So you said that the numbers were good across the board overall for your CPAP.
My numbers? Yeah, I mean they're claiming to be. Later, I have to look at the more detailed ones.
Let me see. I haven't even seen mine. Let me look. I can tell you my seal wasn't good because for some reason, if I sleep with it correctly, it didn't work right. Sleep report. Okay. Hours. Usage hours, 8.59, almost 9 hours. Mask seal, sad face. Metaphor, happy face. Uh, yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Oh yeah, if the seal's not good, then kind of really.
Yeah, mine didn't give as much of a sleep report as yours. Of course, I could probably change that in the options, I'm sure. I don't know if I'd want to know.
For me, it's a
Although I
website
did
address
have
to
it
get it.
one time where it was giving me, how many incidents per hour or whatever they call them. But I'm not going to go through the settings to get it all fixed because, as long as I don't stop breathing and I have air being pushed into my mouth, that's fine. Oh, Kronos doesn't like cereal. He likes food. No, there's nothing wrong with cereal. Although I don't know why anyone would kill cereal. It just doesn't make sense. It's just. Although there have been a few cereals I think needed to be, but that's not a fan of some of them myself. So Kronos, do you have your coffee? Not sure what's going on, but fortunately, it seems like everybody's going to be leaving, so there won't be screaming in the background. Yay!
Yay!
It'd be nice to have a little peace and quiet.
I need a couple minutes, Cap. Be back. Sorry.
For what, Bird?
Just, I try not to leave when it's just the two of us, but.
Oh, no. I understand. There's no reason to.
Life goes on.
Yes, Colonel says, I can scream, but I don't have a mic. Let's see here now. You'll substitute for Bird? Okay. You're a backbeat Geloja. See, I figured as much. But see, if you were to substitute for Bird, you would need a mic, Kronos. Oh, Lord. Yeah, you ask what it is. Uh-huh. You know damn well what a mic is. And let's see here. Somebody is backstage. Good morning, Darius.
Good morning, Captain.
What's going on?
Hey, well, I figured I'd come in and chat with you until Bird comes back.
How have you been, by the way?
Well, so my dad passed on Thursday, so I'm taking some days off. It's fine. I'm not at work right now, but yeah, just calling family and taking care of things.
Yeah, I'm definitely sorry to hear about your loss.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. How have you been?
I've been doing a lot better since changing my medicine. It was needed. Of course, I'm actually looking forward to wound care tomorrow. Not that I'm actually looking forward to it, but at least it's going to be done by somebody who knows what the hell they're doing. Unlike last week.
Right on. You're looking forward to getting it over with?
Yes.
Yeah. It's like, I don't like going to the dentist, but I like having already gone to the dentist. You know what I mean?
Well, oh, yeah. Well, the thing I like about it, I don't. But I go there. It's painful. They clean up the wound. That's the good part. I get new bandages. They put one on. I get a couple put on throughout the week, and then can finally leave and go home. Tuesday is definitely not my favorite day of the week.
Oh yeah, so you gotta go. You gotta go to them.
Yes, I do.
Oh, sorry.
And of course, now because of how things are, yay, have to have a mask candy.
Right. Well, it is a testament to your strength that you do the show every day. You know, because I know you deal with pain. You know, like every day. Even on the weekends. You know, I can't always make it on the weekend, but you're up before me.
Well, that's the thing. It actually gives me something to focus on other than the pain.
Right.
And I am trying, when most of the time, I'm trying to not focus on the pain during the show. In fact, there will be times.
Sorry for bringing it up then.
No. In fact, there'll be times, I'll end the stream and it'll be like, oh, thank God. Because I've been trying to go, oh, yeah, everything's great. Then the show's over and it's like, oh, God, I hurt. And I'm sure that Bird and a few others can attest to that. So
yeah, well, yeah, and I know CCTV does a pain stream. I don't know if he does it weekly, but I think he does it like one day a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he invites people on to talk about it. You know, you can talk about whatever's ailing you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd started doing pain streams, and then he and I had talked about it, and so then he just started kind of taking over the pain stream thing, and that was something that he could have on his channel. That was, content for him, and I'm definitely supporting it because, and I've been on a few times, but it's something that people do need to talk about to deal with.
Yeah, because I probably wouldn't have even thought of doing a show like that. But a lot of people on YouTube, a lot of the people I follow and know, even have like chronic health issues, and which is sometimes why they get onto YouTube, because it's something you could do from home. It's something you could do if you can't work, and so I think it's great that we have this platform, and it's it takes a lot of effort, to do it all the time, but the barrier for entry is fairly low now.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's gotten a lot easier to do.
And YouTube encourages everyone just get on and have a channel. No videos, that's fine. You have a channel, even if they end up like shadow banning you later on for things that we might say. They still encourage everyone to get out and make content.
Which in some ways is good. In some ways, yeah, you're gonna find some content out there that and let's see here now. Yeah, Kronos is like, I couldn't have met you all otherwise, and
right.
YouTube doesn't encourage anything. Well, in a way, it does. But yeah, with some of the restrictions that we have, yeah, it does.
I'm back. Welcome, Darius.
Welcome back, Bird.
Thank you. Kapla. I hate all these YouTubers with their chronic health issues. Fucking.
Oh, that's fine. I love them though.
Go get a real job. What? You can't walk? Puh. Crawl.
Oh,
You've been stuck in a hospital bed for 13 years. Boo hoo hoo.
Well, I've heard you say before that the technology. It's like 20 years ago. We didn't have this, and it would be a lot harder to be, bedridden or stuck at home.
My God, I can't imagine without internet.
Right.
Just TV and books, radio.
Hey.
Not having Uber Eats. Having to actually have somebody cook food. Go to grocery stores. Imagine if I had to deposit a check, you'd have to go to the bank.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
I mean, even if it was an ATM, but you still had to go to the bank to do a deposit. Now it's just like, oh, I got a check. Oh, my cell phone takes a picture, and it's done.
Yeah, is that amazing? You just take a picture of it.
I mean, not that there are many checks left, but still, I get one a month or something for something.
Yeah, I used to collect rent from people, from friends of mine that lived in my house, and they'd pay me with checks sometimes, and it blew my mind the first time I deposited one just by taking a picture with my cell phone.
I thought it was like the future when I could go to the ATM at the bank and just put the check in, and it scanned it as a deposit.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have to fill out a deposit sheet. It just insert the check like you would a bill in a bill acceptor, and it did all the math for you or whatever. And That was it. Like, okay, it'll be deposited in 2 days. Goodbye.
Yeah, at my bank, you could put it all in a stack, so you could have cash and checks in a single stack. Yeah, and you could print the receipt with a picture of the check just for proof.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That was it. That was exactly what I do. I thought, oh wow, all the time I'm saving, because you used to have to actually stand online and wait for a teller. Then the ATMs came, and then the cell phones. It's like, yeah, you don't even need an ATM.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, ATMs. It's like, oh yeah, this is the future. And now looking back, going, hey, maybe it wasn't.
Yeah, well, imagine lockdowns with without ATMs, with banks being closed, you wouldn't be able to do any business.
That's true.
But some people still like to wait in line because, like, I try to get get my dad high tech and get him a debit card, get him to use the ATM, and show him like, hey, you could just put the money in, and he's just like not into it. He like going in the bank and talking to the teller.
Mm-hmm.
He liked driving everywhere to do everything manually, like with cash and checks, the old fashioned way. And so, it was like I tried to get him online with like the internet, but he couldn't really type. So, yeah, it's like I've adapted, and I do all the stuff in the most convenient way that I can. But there's still some people that like doing it the old-fashioned way. But yeah, during lockdown, I imagine it's like it's especially hard for them because they're not used to it. And sometimes, like, especially older people, they like having that interaction. Like if they're retired,
Mm-hmm.
because it gets lonely when you work for 30 years and then you retire, and you're just not going anywhere. So, I mean, thank God for the internet, but it's if you can't type, then it's it's just like another inaccessible technology.
Yeah.
No, Cronus, you're not old. You might be retired, but you're not old.
Old? No way. Kronos, you're... says he still uses checks. Yeah.
What is typing? That's what we used to have to do before swiping. And there was no autocorrect.
No. No, Kronos. No, you're not. But that's funny. A lot of things have changed over the past couple of years. Some good, some bad. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I try to look for the balance in all things because everything that you gain, you give up something, even if it's something you don't miss. Like there's an exchange. So yeah, like going to the ATM is very convenient, but yeah, you do lose sort of the human element of going to the bank, for example.
Yeah. Well, even I still prefer going in the bank versus going to the ATM. I just don't. If I get a check, I actually go in the bank.
Do they know you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're probably happy to see you. I would imagine, and yeah, it's like you develop a rapport with your tellers, and they anticipate what you're there for. It's kind of like when you go to a restaurant and they know what you want before you even order it. You go to the bank, they know, like, oh, it's that, it's the time. You got your you got that check and you're here. And do you want an update on this? Do you want an update on that? Sure. Thank you.
Of course, I missed the pre-COVID times when they had cookies and coffee available.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the in my dad's bank they had a Keurig machine, and so he would just take a coffee pot every time that he would go in there. and they wouldn't, they didn't mind. And although he didn't have a Keurig until I got him once, so he would just dump it in with his regular coffee, just to add flavor.
Goodness.
I'm not all to just drawn that way. That's Jessica Rabbit.
Yep. And it's such a thing.
Yep. Never forget. Never forget the freedoms we had and never give them up.
And that's one thing, I see people on who, well, we have to do this, we have to do that. Okay, I can understand some of it. I really can. But some of it, it's like, that's really on the line of interference. No.
Yeah, and I think you really want to take time to think about, what you're losing before you make, before you jump into a big change like that. It's like the old argument of freedom versus security, right? It's a trade-off. Every time you gain increased security, you have to, give up some degree of freedom. And we have done that, but we've found a balance that we can accept. And I mean, I think we should have the balance we want and not be told what balance to want and told what's good for us. Because we're ultimately the ones being protected, right? And we're the ones whose freedom is being exchanged.
Exactly. And I will say there are going to be people who, like Bert, are immune compromised, who going to have things done differently because of what's going on. But that isn't the standard. You've got to keep both ends in mind. Is my point. You can't have everything locked down as securely as Burger would require, and actually have life. We wouldn't have workplaces open, or restaurants, or whatever.
Right.
And
it doesn't mean we don't care about people who are at risk.
Exactly. And Kronos, there is no such thing anymore. I'm absolutely certain of that. I am absolutely certain of that. There are people that have to be told to wash their fucking hands. They go to the bathroom. You have to be told to wash your fucking hands? Really?
Well, maybe they don't believe in germs. You know, they can't see them.
I mean, I can accept a preschooler needing to be told to wash their hands.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there are adults that are almost as bad.
It's like that chef in Seinfeld, right? Where Jerry catches him in the bathroom and he doesn't wash his hands.
Mm-hmm.
And Jerry can't bring himself to eat the food, but he also can't bring himself to tell his date about what happened. Yeah,
that was never my thing, personally.
That's fair. It's not for everyone. Kronos says, I cared before and I care now. Yeah, I think we do care. And I think it is a bit presumptuous for anybody to tell us that we don't care.
Yeah. Well, and the fact that these people who are mainly doing it are, well, rich, out of contact with the real world. Yeah, it's nice to. Oh, I'm in isolation. I don't know how I'll survive in my 5,000 square foot shack. You'll get by.
Right. Well, yeah, and the internet is such where it can become a prison of its own. You know, it can become an echo chamber. It can become, you know, it has enabled us to do many great things. It has made life a lot easier, but it's also like we can't just use the internet all day.
No.
You know, I go a little mad if I don't leave the house, and you know, there have been days where I don't go out to check the mail, you know, while working from home. And, you know, I realized like that's it's not really good for me. Because I just get into a spiral. I lose track of time. You know, I lose track of who I've called. And so while it is great to be able to work from home, I have to make the effort to get out. And
yeah,
I can't just, be on the internet all the time.
I can.
Well, yeah, you can. And, you know, thank God for the internet. Because I've never met you without it. You know, either of you.
Good afternoon, Mountains of Elysium.
Oh, yeah, it is afternoon.
He is in Ireland, so. Definitely be afternoon there. Oh, I mean, I've gotten enough coffee in me, I can recognize that. And yes, there are people, all over the world I've actually been able to now reach because of YouTube, which is a good thing. You know, there are people that I talk to regularly. That, you know, you were talking about an echo chamber. There are people that I don't agree with on many things that I still enjoy talking to. Just don't always talk about things that we don't agree on. Comes up from time to time, but you know.
For sure. And I don't watch YouTube for, you know, confirmation bias. You know, I watch, you know, things where I'm going to learn something and, and stimulating conversation. But, you know, if I'm just hearing what I already know, it's fun. if I'm just hearing stuff I already know, then I get bored. And I still watch channels that are not at all in agreement with the majority of channels that I watch now. And sometimes I interact with them, and that's because I don't want a limited perspective. Like I want to be able to make up my own mind about things. And so it's like we don't want someone to tell us what to think. We want to be able to think for ourselves.
What I find funny, because I'll talk to Yosef, and he'll go to channels on both sides of issues, and yet no matter which side he goes on, he gets accused of being on the other side.
Yeah, they'll do
because he doesn't agree with everything being said. If he agrees with something, he'll say he agrees. If he sees there's fault in what they're saying, he'll say. And I'm sorry, there's fault on both sides. There always is.
Right, but they want you to be easy to figure out, right? So that they can, I don't know if put you in a box is the right analogy, but yeah, it's like if you say something that they have flagged as being one way or the other, and make assumptions about other things that you are likely to believe, which is not necessarily true.
And yes, you're sweet enough, Kronos. You don't need more coffee. Did Bird get shot yet? Well, is he playing? Then yes, he's gotten shot.
Technically, only in practice. I haven't actually started the game. This will be the actual start of the game.
At least Bird will get shot. We know that. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just gonna say, Bird, I do want to respect what you deal with every day. I don't mean to, when I say I got to go outside sometimes, I know that.
Oh,
that you're
no,
not able to do that.
I totally understand that. I think you're right. You should go outside. Most people should go outside as much as they can. Probably I should go out more than I do. I get it.
Well,
I wasn't. I was just joking.
Once that all this stupid paperwork's taken care of and you can get your new chair, then yeah, you will be going outside more. I mean, you said you probably should be going outside more, but in a chair that Mama Bray has to come out and jury rig just so you can get yourself back in the house. No. But having a reliable chair, granted, it was 12 years old?
Yeah, 11. I think 11.
But, it's long past its normal lifespan. So you'll have a reliable chair you can use so you can go out. Which you are going to have people probably super chatting you to go outside. What you do.
Well, I hope not, because I can't go outside on demand.
Well, no. Obviously, with Lyft and everything, it needs time.
Right, it's going to be planned. But I will plan to go out.
Cinnamon Bunny sat by his alpaca for a week and could put yesterday. Coincidence or magic healing power? Magic healing power for sure. Probably, needed that alpaca. Just make sure the alpaca is always handy. Put it a little bit distance away from him, and he'll hobble to it, do his thing, and then be able to walk more. The magic of the alpaca. So, let me ask this out of curiosity. What positive things do you see coming out of the changes that have been made?
Are you talking to me?
Either one of you.
Changes have been made to what?
Well, obviously, since the lockdowns went into place, you've had a lot more businesses that have been online, that have participated in delivery programs. There are places that you would be able to get delivery from that you wouldn't have necessarily before.
Yeah, that's true. Honestly, though, but prices have gone up so much. I'm not going to say any of it has been a net win in the long run.
Well, I think we can also thank, raising minimum wage for that.
A lot of things we could thank.
Didn't transportation costs go up too?
Oh, yeah.
Sure. Well, I mean, with the price of gas going up, that increases the price of everything.
Mm-hmm.
In addition to just the minimum wage and well,
go for it. You can say it.
no, there's nothing to say. Just
no, my thing is, instead of giving these fucking government subsidies to these billionaires, I don't mean individuals, not companies.
Mm.
How about giving these companies money so that they can lower prices? So they're not actually losing anything. We do end up paying for it in the long run. But at least in the short term, we're not out as much.
Yeah, that's what subsidies are for, right? It's for that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not going for ridiculous. I'm not saying that McDonald's should now have to have their dollar menu back for 50% of the stuff. I'm just saying, let's be reasonable. Let's not have. I remember a time where milk was less expensive than gas.
Mm-hmm.
And then on par. And now it's like, oh, you can get a gallon of gas for, $3. And it's like $6 for a gallon of milk. What the fuck?
Is it that much now? I remember it being $2 last year. Is it $6 now?
It depends on where you go. Seriously, it can be anywhere from $4 to $6 per gallon of milk. This is insane. Now, of course, you're going to go to like the gas stations. You're going to expect to pay more. I get that.
Oh yeah, or 7-Eleven.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. You're paying for the convenience. You're paying for whatever. But the grocery store, I don't see some of the prices they're charging.
Yeah, don't you live in a state where milk should be cheaper?
Well, I live right next door to Kansas. It's got a shit ton of cows. There are a ton of cows here too, in Missouri. So yeah, it shouldn't be as expensive.
Because they don't have that far to go to bring it to you.
Mm-mm.
Well, it looks like it's even more expensive for Yosef.
Oh, it's far more expensive.
Goldman Sachs grocery.
Trust me.
Yeah, it's a black label milk.
Yeah. Now, if I were getting like milk from Black Angus cows or something, I could understand. But or what are they? Cinnabon, you should know what kind of cow I'm thinking of. They're in Japan. They're massaged. They're raised Wagyu.
Wagyu?
Wagyu beef, yes. And oh my God, Kronos. Kronos.
No, just no.
Mm-mm. I don't think it's time for that. God knows we'd have plenty of milk. Why don't we put some milking stations down in those tunnels? Just catch all the mice and hook them up to milk them.
Looking at Amazon Fresh, which is where we usually get our groceries. Not that we ever get a gallon of milk.
Right.
But the cheapest is Amazon brand gallon of milk for $4.29. And then it goes up to Organic Valley for $7.99. So a middle price here is like excuse me, there's an organic for $9.91.
Oh wow.
Ultra pasteurized.
Ooh, no, not ultra pasteurized.
So
bad.
Probably do a $6. If we were going to get a gallon, probably be about $6. We do half gallons for $4 and change.
Yeah, I would probably do a half gallon. I can't even drink a whole gallon of milk.
Yeah, we don't go through that much milk before it would go bad.
And to be honest, I know we make a lot of jokes about soy, but I drink soy milk, mainly because it lasts longer. You get a half gallon of soy milk and it lasts me longer.
Let's see here.
And it doesn't actually do what we say it does, but it is a funny meme.
And Mountains Elysium says, $1.50 a liter for petrol, $1.40 for 2 liters of milk.
Euros. What
Yes,
that converts
euros.
to.
And you're right, Cinnabon soy isn't milk.
Right. Right. It's a milk substitute. Okay. Bird here. So one. Oop. Okay. Wow. It's close. It's closer now. 1.4 euros is like $1.65. The euro must have gone down because I thought it was worth like $2.
There was one point it was. So yeah, it has decreased. I think there are a lot of factors in it, but I do think lockdowns have affected it as well. I'm sure the dollar's gone down. It's being stabilized, but oh God, Kronos, no. So let's see here. Gallon of gas averages around. Wow. So $6. $6.66 US. And we are way poorer than Germany. They have it even more expensive. Damn.
Oh wow. Yeah, because aren't they still the strongest economy in Europe?
But after the flooding, who knows?
Oh, I haven't even heard about the flooding yet.
Oh my God. Really? Really? You and Kronos together is a dangerous thing, Random Menace. Oh my God.
Mountains. It's much easier to milk the almonds if you play them classical music.
I don't know if I'd be bragging about that, Cinnabon. Yeah, you may need to add some whiskey to that coffee, Kronos.
Maybe you already did.
Well, I can tell you that from talking to friends of mine in Japan, there has been a rapid, big surprise, increase in COVID with the Olympics having been there.
Oh, what do you know?
And of course, most there that I know of, I only talked to like 10 people from there, are glad the Olympics are over. It's like maybe things to get back to normal because they are going to be going into more lockdown mode.
Yep. Can't say I'm surprised.
No.
And 10 people in Japan is kind of a lot, I think.
Yeah.
I know like one guy in Japan from YouTube.
I've not actually met anyone from Japan on YouTube. My connections were different than that, and it was. I remember where it was, because there were a few different sites I went to that were. Unfortunately, one of them turned into a dating site later on down the road because they originally sold the original owners sold their company, because it's like, hey, our company's worth more, so we're gonna sell it. Yeah, the new company decided to change more of a dating thing. And they got rid of all the features I liked. So it's like, yeah, fuck you. I quit. And apparently, I don't remember what it was, but last time I looked was a couple years ago. It had dropped like, it was like a MySpace type of thing where, there had been millions to be thousands. I still have a MySpace. That's another one that changed in ways I didn't like either.
You mean after Tom sold it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I stopped using it way back, maybe like, let's see, 10 years ago. But yeah, some people were telling me the MySpace is back. I don't know.
Well,
I'll wait and see on that one.
At the time, before it was sold, I had a lot of different people that I talked to who were more independent music makers.
Mm-hmm.
And so I got to listen to a lot of different music. They were, doing CD sales. They were offering, discounts because it was actually being direct sold, not like some of these Amazon things where you pay 99 cents. The maker of the book gets practically nothing. They were getting it. It's kind of like with sending a super chat on YouTube. Where 30% is going to YouTube, and the creator gets the rest. It was that type of thing where you're paying for the song. The creator got, I think it was at that point, I think it was like 60%. So it was actually monetarily now about the same as YouTube, but at least they were getting something out of it. So 60 cents out of $1 was going to them. But then people were going out, they were buying the album, they were playing it for people. People were going, okay, where do I buy this? And then they started going in stores. So, that actually helped launch several people.
Mm-hmm.
And it was nice to, because before they really got big, they would be, they'd be responding to messages. It would, you could have a personal interaction,
which is really cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I never did any business on MySpace, but I was doing a college radio show at that time, and it was really good for promotion. You could embed a media player on your page that would autoplay a song, so musicians and bands could play their own music for people,
mm-hmm.
and they could get easy exposure that way. And then also, as far as promotion, my friend that used to be the most prolific pirate that I'd ever known. You know, he got a good job and he became the most prolific purchaser of music that I've ever known. And he knew what music he liked because, you know, he used to sail the high seas back in the day.
Right.
So, I mean, that too is, you know, is good for promotion. But yeah, you know, the internet has enabled a lot of smaller bands and musicians and people starting out to get quick and easy exposure. Now I think SoundCloud is what they use.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where SoundCloud rap has become like a subgenre.
Yeah.
And some say it's the new punk rock. I don't know about that one, but you know, it's basically something you can do for very little money and get you know, fairly easy exposure. And you can pretty much do whatever you want. Because a lot of punk rock isn't punk rock anymore.
Yeah.
You know, they were fighting the system and now they are the system. Well, some of them. Like Rage Against the Machine. I know they're more of a, you know, metal band, but you know, that's sort of the joke is that now they have become a part of the machine. They're bringing it to a screeching halt.
No.
Right. I think I'm going to get going though, but thanks for letting me come on.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm glad that you were able to come on. Thank you. And I do hope that you know, things get better for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate all you guys. I appreciate you too, Bert.
Thank you. Take care. Have a good day.
You too. I'll still be listening.
Cool.
Sweet.
And yes, I will agree with you there. Never trust a hooker that accepts coupons. Yep.
Mama Prey just made some cinnamon toast and it
Ooh.
smells delicious. No, thank you.
You don't want any?
No. I really try to limit my bread intake. I do appreciate the smell though. It smells like a Cinnabon. Not Cinnabunny. You know what I mean. Fuck. Unless Cinnabon does smell like a Cinnabon. In which case.
Buddy says, I smell delicious.
I don't know. Never smelled you. Never thought about it. You heard Ramo pray.
What?
Said invent smell-o-vision over the internet.
Oh God. You would become a billionaire if you could do that,
Wow.
First, I'm calling Kronos Bird. Now I'm calling Bird Kronos. Oh, God.
I thought you called me Yvette almost.
Not yet. At least you and Kronos are both New Yorkers. Granted, you're on the 5 boroughs and he's not. Lucky him. Thank you. Thank you, Kronos. Smell-o-vision only fans. Ew. Ew, no. Ew, ew.
Oh, smell-o-vision OnlyFans. Yeah, that would be weird.
That would be weird. Yeah, that would be like public bathroom smell-o-vision. No, thank you. Yes, Kronos says, I live in a less insane part of New York. Not by much. At least we're agreed to. So today obviously is bed life.
Bed life.
What's going on today as far as that goes?
I have absolutely zero plans for it. I don't know. Whatever happens, happens. I guess I'll look up if today was a special day in history or anything.
And of course, Dear Bob.
Yes. Obviously, we have to have Dear Bob.
So yes. And
somebody's nearby.
Super Clever Puss, it's quiet in here today. Well, you're welcome to join the panel. You can make it a little less quiet if you'd like. And of course, Crow says, now, scratch and smell-o-vision could be a thing. Today in history, Kathleen Kennedy was born.
Really? Is this Kathleen Kennedy's birthday?
I don't know. And good morning, Positive Candor.
What up?
Hey, Positive Candor, you usually know what's going on in history.
Gerald Ford became president because Nixon resigned yesterday in 1974. So in 1974 today, Gerald Ford became president.
Well, if Nixon resigned yesterday, then Ford became president yesterday.
No, he became president today.
He might have got sworn in today.
He would have been sworn in today.
He would have been
president. Yeah, he was sworn in today.
He would have been acting president until sworn in. So yeah, he was technically, but not sworn. Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. But yeah, I mean, Star Trek birthday today is Eric Bana, whatever, of Nero, Star Trek 2009. His birthday's today. Otherwise, Anna Kendrick is today. Sam Elliott's today. Melanie Griffith is today. Deion Sanders.
And hello, not Ryan Johnson. So you're on vacation. Hopefully, you and your family have fun. Let us know what kind of things you did on vacation when you're done, and love to hear about it.
No. I don't see Kathleen Kennedy's birthday today, but maybe it's because she's not as famous or something.
That was just I think Cinnabon being.
No, she was born June 5th. Yeah, June 5th is her birthday, so we already passed that a long time ago. We don't have to worry about hers. But yeah, it is. What did I say? Yeah, I guess most famous person is Anna Kendrick, I guess, and Sam Elliott and Melanie Griffith. I guess those are the main ones.
So, Bird, do you have any news on the? I was asking before, but any updates on the chair situation, or are you still in paperwork hell?
No, there's no updates yet. I mean, it's going to be a while.
Right.
I imagine before. Well, technically, my doctor visit yesterday, who came over, the cardiologist, was technically coming over as the visit for the chair. They require her to have a face-to-face visit to assess my mobility, even though she had seen me just a couple of weeks earlier. And it's like she told him, like, I saw him 2 weeks, he clearly isn't mobile. No, you have to have a face-to-face visit just to assess mobility. So that was technically what that visit was.
Oh my God.
So yes, it is progressing, but like I said, it's going to be a slow
Yeah,
process.
it's going to be a long road.
Yeah, it's going to be a long road getting from there to here. So, yeah, I say there was no progress. I don't say technically there was.
I'm still amazed at the bureaucratic stupidity. Okay, I saw this person 2 weeks ago. Well, now you need to go see him again. Has just out of curiosity, has your situation changed greatly within the past year? I mean, are you
Actually, it has. It's gotten considerably worse, I'd say, considering before the heart failure.
Yeah.
So it's changed for the worse. But yeah, no, there's no reason. No medical reason to think that there would be any number of weeks before I'd be walking and ineligible for the wheelchair.
Wonderful.
Of course, yes, if it happened, we'd take it, but
well, to hell yeah.
I mean, like if it happened, I'm going to be like, oh shit, well, I still want my chair so that I can sell it on the third party market to make money. I don't know. Like, what the hell would the point be? What are they afraid of?
Oh, yeah, that's happened to me before. Mountains. I was once woken up in the hospital to give me a sleeping tablet. Actually shaken awake.
You were shaken to wake up to be given a sleeping.
Yep. And Kronos, I understand. I don't have faith in Bird playing this game either.
Sassy, those are for our neighbors.
And you have a good day, Catman, aka D. Myers. And I hope your wife doctor's appointment goes well.
Interesting. Interesting.
Not light. That's what it is.
From Amazon?
Yeah.
This is what happens. I don't remember what I ordered.
You want me to go?
No, it's okay.
What are your special whatever today? Tasks or goals? I don't know what they're called.
I get one more kill using a gun, but not shooting the person, just beating them with the gun.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the second one I did. I have
Cool.
to get 3 in total. Then I've got to get 3 long shots, which, generally need like a sniper rifle. And I have to kill 3 downed enemies, which generally happens in the course of killing people if they don't totally die and they just fall over. So it's once I play to actually get kills, that should happen pretty naturally.
I don't know if I trust walking on that personally, but whatever. Well, the coffee is strong with the force. That's the only bad. Oh yes. Well, Mountains of Elysium. We actually could do that if you listen to some of the downloads that have been made. You took out the video and just inserted something else. That would be very funny. Mountains of Elysium says, imagine hearing Bird of Prey 5 describing what he has to do in a game, but not knowing the context. And good morning, Jedi Bill. Actually, Kronos, that will be during his movies. That is who he will be on, like his buckets of blood thing.
Okay, I've got 2 great weapons.
Mm-hmm.
I just got to be very careful about not dying.
Okay. Chances of that are probably slim to none, but okay.
Yeah, especially since I've got to make a run for it across this field. God damn it.
Bill says, I just woke up, but it's still very early for me. Very, very early? I don't think it's very early. It's like what? 7:30? Or no, 7:30. Like 7 in the morning, isn't it?
I don't think it's very early anywhere on Earth right now. Shit. Damn it.
And hopefully you're doing well, Jedi Bill. Kronos says, Bird is cranky.
I'm scared, Kronos. I'm scared.
8 a.m. Wait a minute. 8 a.m. and you're
Ah,
calling
shit,
it
I'm taking
very early.
fire.
Well, yeah, you're right. In Hawaii, it's early.
God damn it. Okay, somebody was shooting at me.
And yes, Jedi Bill says, hello, Bird of Prey, Kapla, and hail on Kuroga.
Ah, shit. God damn it. Hail, Kuroga, Jedi Bill. I knew there was somebody out there looking for me.
Cranky, scared, says Kronos. And Kronos says, death to Kuroga. No, this isn't Deeja's stream. I'm not going to be playing those clips of him, of, I can't think of his name now. Foley, that's it, Captain Foley.
Just gonna play again to try and kill somebody smash their face in with the gun when I first land after the practice is over. And see if I can get that 3rd kill. If I can, great. If I can't, I'll probably just exit the game.
We're going to be watching. Hopefully, Bird will be getting his third gun kill without shooting. Basically, just beating a person to death with a gun.
Wouldn't it be so horrible if this game would just restart quicker? Didn't have to wait a minute or two, 3 between matches.
You mentioned in Duke's chat you've been using that less. He saw it and scolded you for it? Okay. Why would he scold you for it?
Who's scolding who?
Apparently, Duke scolded Darius for not saying hail. I never.
I find that hard to. Where? How would he even know that you didn't say hail?
Well, he basically said it in chat.
Would
I
you say
mentioned
hello instead of hail? I mean, unless you specifically say, I don't say hail.
mentioned in Duke's chat that I've been using quote hail unquote less. He saw and scolded me for that. Yeah, well, fuck that. I never use the word. I refuse to use the word. Let's see here. I don't watch Pinot Doom, says Kronos. I don't hate the dude, just too popular. Too busy, in my opinion. Well, you're right. You are too popular and too busy for going there. And yes, Friday will be Friday the 13th. We need to have a special Friday the 13th edition of Bed Life.
Yeah, I guess it will be.
You know, I have a perfect movie for Cinema Saturday.
Is it Saturday the 14th?
Yep.
No, it's going to be Road Trip.
Well, you have to admit it would be fitting having Saturday the 14th on Saturday the 14th.
Shit, this guy fell from the sky already dead.
Cool. You could shoot him.
It doesn't count.
For anything. And well, he started hail, and he said, "The long tradition I like to talk. Maybe scolded is the wrong word, but he said to say it proudly." And I say, "Fuck that. You want to use the word fine." I don't, because for me, it's like taking the knee, and I refuse to do that.
Ah, shit. You got me. I guess I could have shot him, considering how much room there was between us.
Well, let's put it this way, Kronos. He ignores everyone.
I don't ignore everyone.
No, you're not El Dente or whatever.
El Deadite. But Jedi Bill's back.
Well, no, you see, he Cronus put in El Dente.
Al dente.
Yeah.
Like the pasta?
Yeah.
That's delicious.
Far from the Sky, Mountain Leasons have said Far from the Sky already dead. Must have eaten the dinner on the airplane. The poor fool. And Bill says, that's okay. I can cover Saturday the 14th before Berto Pre 5 does. Instead of a Saturday.
Please.
And no, you are more than welcome to say it. Just don't expect me to say it back. Well, you know that Jedi Bill always says it. And I don't scold him for it. It's just, I don't use it. I say you do you.
Miss.
Ah, we've got somebody backstage. I gotta switch to the private chat because we have Kronos the Unbannable, who says, do I have to respect you as a host? Oh, hey all. Yes, you do. Later, taters. And then he leaves. Oh. Kronos, you are amazing. Thank you.
God damn. How did I miss her to begin with? Okay, I'm done with the game.
Kronos says, I blame the coffee.
Positive Gander still here.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll be starting a stream at noon.
Awesome. Let me check. Do you have it set up already?
Uh-huh.
Okay, if you will say something to the chat, I want to make sure I put the link in.
All right. I guess I'll post it in private first.
First says, Porter's not dying anymore. What's that first? Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to show the captains today.
Ah.
It's a Star Trek thing, in case you didn't know.
Cool. Let me go ahead and set that out. And
because it's free on YouTube as well. That's why I picked it.
Absolutely. That way people couldn't. Oops, I put it in private chat. Why would I do that?
Kronos, there's only so many times you can kill me. Then I get tired of being killed.
And yes.
If only you could regenerate so easily in real life.
Absolutely. So feel free to go ahead and go on over there. There's, about 40 minutes until it goes live?
Yeah, 40.
45?
46:35.
Yeah, something like that.
46:30 now, according to my computer.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know how many people have watched it. So I figured,
Seen it back in the day, but I could watch again.
Yeah.
Always good to have a watch along. Nothing wrong with that. Can be fun to do. Do that again sometime. That over Christmas. 3 people are waiting in the chat. Like I said, it's about 45 minutes. And of course, there's a link in the chat to watch along. Just go on over there, and you'll be able to watch.
Yeah, I already put the link to the YouTube link in my stream because it's on YouTube for free. I think it has ads, obviously, but maybe one ad at the beginning or so. I think that's how they do it, or something like that.
You see, today in history in 2010 was the day the JetBlue flight attendant went via the escape slide, taking 2 beers with him. Steven Slater quit his job in dramatic style, sliding down the plane's emergency escape chute while the aircraft is stopped near the terminal at New York's JFK International Airport. It's one of the funnier days in JetBlue history.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure all kinds of crazy stuff happened today.
And, yeah, Kronos, you'll pick your own battles. Go for it. Hey, go ahead, Todd.
Nagasaki was today. The atomic bomb. I can use the bomb image.
Yep.
Finally.
Thank God we dropped 2, right?
Yes.
I'm kidding. But I will use that today.
Wow, just wow.
Is it too soon? This can't be too soon. It was 1945. Nice. Okay. I should have looked for this image last week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nuclear vessel.
I don't know. Have you watched Avenue 5 at all? Bird Prey 5?
I did, but I only got like 4 or 5 episodes in before I wanted to beat myself with a
Beat yourself
toaster
silly?
oven. Yeah.
You didn't like it then? Huh?
I preferred Star Trek Discovery.
Wow. I cannot believe he just said that.
That's
because at least when I would rant about Star Trek Discovery, other people would listen and feel bad for me.
Mhm.
When I would rant about Avenue 5, nobody gave a shit because nobody was watching, relatively few.
Okay.
Mom O'Fray was very disappointed in the show as well. What did you think? I guess you liked it.
I mean, if you like Hugh Laurie, who's in,
I
mean,
do
like-
like you, Laurie. That's the thing. That's why I really thought I was going to like it.
yeah,
I loved him in Veep. In Veep,
I
he
liked
was
him
great.
in
In
I liked him
House,
in the House.
obviously.
Yeah, I liked him in House a lot.
Yeah.
Bruno says, Bird likes STD. I knew it.
Yeah.
Oh. And yes, Hugh Laurie is good in House. And Darius says, this movie, The Captains, looks awesome. Yes, I do encourage everyone to go on over
It is
and
one of the few times you actually get an Avery Brooks interview.
Yeah. It's pretty good. The Captains. That's why I picked it today, and plus it's free on YouTube. So I figure, hey, it's perfect.
Yeah, at least for people in the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. If you're overseas, well, can't help you then.
May or may not be free.
Yeah, I figure. I did not know how many people watched it. It's from 2011. So even Chris Pine is in it. If you're a Chris Pine fan. So yeah,
So
it
there are
has all the
certain negative aspects to it, but I can live with that.
yeah, but yeah, I doubt they'll ever get them all together again like they did in this movie.
Oh no, not a chance
And
in hell.
it's only a little bit over an hour and a half long. It says 1:36 and 14.
Yep.
So basically an hour 36-minute movie, in 14 seconds. But anyway.
Absolutely. So let's see here. Versus Captains. It's been a while since I've seen that. Well, you're gonna have to watch it.
Been a while since
Shatner seems really appreciate the legacy of Star Trek and respect from other actors.
Yeah,
Series.
I mean, yeah, it actually holds up pretty well.
Bruno says Brooks was stoned and playing the piano.
Yeah, it's actually a movie that holds up relatively well, luckily, considering that what is going on nowadays. But
Sure, yeah, definitely. So yeah, definitely go ahead, head on over to Positive Candor stream. I'm going to go ahead and put the link back in. You can go on over there. It's going to be starting in about 38 minutes or so. And Bird will be on at 4 Eastern?
Did he go somewhere?
Sorry, I muted the mic for a minute. What was the question?
Are you starting at 4 p.m. Eastern?
Yes, 4 p.m. Eastern.
All right. Okay, yes. Check out Bird of Prey 5 at 4 p.m. Eastern today. It's Bed Life. And, of course, we have Dear Bob. But before that, go ahead, tune in. Positive Candor will be showing the Captains You can go ahead and enjoy the show with him. And I do want to thank everybody who's been in chat. This will kind of give you a chance to to let you get something to eat, drink, whatever, and join Positive Candor in his stream. Everyone, again, thank you for joining either in the chat or on the panel. And have a great day.
Take care.